over 50 million views. You're listening to The Joe Cronin Show. The Joe Cronin Show.
The Joe Cronin Show.
I hope you hang your mother. This country sucks! This place sucks!
You're listening to The Joe Cronin Show.
CNN masturbated all fucking day. Dude, I will eat your fucking asshole out and then spit it into your mouth, baby bird style. Who wants to go? Call the show. I'll fuck your ass! I want to kill myself! If I think it sucks, I tell you!
The Joe Cronin Show.
Stick around as we start this show, guys. Hit the like button. You guys will help circulate the video everywhere because tonight it's going to be something. Daddy's home. Randy Orton style. We don't know what we're going to do tonight. We might spin a wheel to drink alcohol tonight. We might spin a wheel to do karaoke tonight. You don't know what Daddy Joe Cronin is going to do on this show tonight. I don't know what I'm going to do. You don't know. And obviously YouTube don't know either. So guys, get this thing going. Join me, everybody. We're getting this thing started just in a few minutes. We're going to watch some reactions to CM Punk from the other night because there were so many reactions. It was almost adorable. Wow. 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 Oh, yeah, we got lots of reactions tonight. Lots of reactions tonight. Good Lord. Talk to me. Talk to me, everybody in the chat. Talk to me. Let's go. Start this thing up.
You got your rules and your religion, all designed to keep you safe. But when rules start getting broken, you start questioning your faith. I have the voice that is the savior, hates to love and love to hate. I have the voice that has the knowledge and the power to move fate. I hear voices crying, I see heroes dying, I taste blood that's drying, I feel tension rising. I hear voices in my head, they come to me, they understand, they talk to me. I'm Chris Benoit. They tell me things I'll do to you, they show me things I'll do to you. I'm Chris Benoit. I'm Chris Benoit. I'm Chris Benoit. All the lawyers are defenseless, and the doctors are diseased, and the preachers are sinners, and police just take the grease. All the judges, you're guilty. All the bosses, I will fire. All the bankers will have their losses. Politicians, all are lies. And I see children crying. I see families dying. I see pets just bleeding. I am here for feeding. I hear voices in my head. They come to me, they understand. I'm Chris Benoit. I'm Chris Benoit. I'll show you things I'll do to you. I'll cut
Stay tuned. This is the Joe Cronin Show, and we are live. Hit the like button now.
Over 50 million views. You're listening to The Joe Cronin Show. The Joe Cronin Show.
The Joe Cronin Show.
I hope you hang your mother. This country sucks! This place sucks! CNN masturbated all fucking day. Dude, I will eat your fucking asshole out.
All right, we are live, and it is Tuesday night. Coming off one of the biggest months on this show in a long time with as far as wrestling goes. You know, I mean, I would have thought we would have started this show tonight with 100 people waiting, to be honest. I don't know what people are doing. Like, you're hanging yourself? What was going on here? But I am happy to be on here. It's Tuesday Night Rage. Some point later in the show tonight, we might, if the show's popping, we might go over to Discord and see who's over on Discord. There might be a few people over there. I could be playing Diablo 4. You know, I could be doing it. But tonight, did Bryan Danielson, part of the Wrestler's Court. You know what I mean? Wrestler's Courts are back, but not really, right? Like, so let's try to look at this. You know, I could be shocking, and I could come on here and say, oh my God, they held wrestling court on CM Punk like the old days. Then they, like, forced him out of the company, and that's what happened. But, like, you know, that's not probably exactly. It's like half true, right? It's like a little bit of what happened, right? Like, Tony Khan put a bunch of wrestlers in charge of this thing. Not the lawyer, right? Not the one lawyer. They put the wrestlers to it, which I don't really understand all of this, to be honest. So I don't really get it 100% at all. But, like, I guess he put some of the veteran wrestlers, including Bryan Danielson, in charge of this thing. And they determined, yes, you know what I mean? They should probably walk away. But then Punk might have said, I want to go too. So, you know, Punk might have said, hey, man, I want to go. I want to get out of here anyway. Fuck this. And so Bryan Danielson was like, yeah, you know, you should let him go. And that could be really the gist of the whole thing. Punk kind of wanted to go anyway. Bryan Danielson helped him go. You know, I don't think he got him fired like some people are saying that and they're mad or whatever. I don't know. That's just what I'm seeing out of this. But, you know, back in the day, like Wrestler's Court, I mean, you would have been like, I don't know, you could have been beaten in the locker room. You could have been hazed. The wrestlers could have said, hey, man, don't ever come in this locker room until we say it's okay again. Or hey, man, you know, you're the last one off the bus until further notice. Or like all kinds of things like that on top of the Wrestler's Court. I mean, those are just little things. This isn't exactly that. You know, this is more like a committee got together and determined something. I don't really understand this fully because, you know, Tony Khan has the money. Tony Khan's in charge. Why is Tony Khan not making the decision, and why isn't he part of any of this? And also, why was there a deliberation when Tony Khan? It doesn't make any sense to me because Tony Khan has made it clear that he was feared for his life. So if you feared for your life and nobody else should have to deal with that and have to fear for their lives and all these other crazy things that allegedly happened, right? Tony Khan came out and said he feared for his life. If that's the case, then why would you need to hold any kind of Wrestler's Court? Why would you need to have a committee decide, you know, what to do? If you were that upset and afraid and then you said, we're making this decision, well, then isn't that the reason why? So why would there have to be any thought? It didn't seem like there needed to really be any thought about it. It seemed pretty like black and white. That like, oh, this was unacceptable. I feared for my life and we're certainly getting rid of this guy now. Like, it doesn't sound like to me that there was a room anywhere for like, oh, let's think about it. You know, maybe he doesn't have to go. Maybe he can. I don't know. You know, we don't really know. You know, that's not what I'm getting out of this situation, because Tony Khan painted it like, oh my God, my life was in danger. I feared for my life. So of course we had to get rid of this guy. Well, then why did some committee sit down to tell you what to do? So now I don't really get the whole like, oh, Bryan Danielson now is going to take heat for what happened with Punk. He's like not even close to anybody that should take heat with Punk. The people that should take heat with Punk are the Young Bucks, who are taking time off, by the way. By the way, Jungle Boy Jack Perry is the real one, the catalyst of the whole thing. So, and in the end, people are responsible for their own actions. And certainly Daniel Bryan didn't really have anything to do with any of the actions. So Daniel Bryan being like crapped on at all is retarded. Anybody crapping on him for this is I think is stupid. Like really dumb. You got CM Punk acting crazy. Okay, cool. That's what you signed him for, right? You can't, you know what I mean? You paid for fire, you got it, and now you're scared? Like, what are you doing? So there's that, right, at first. And then there's the fact that, you know, Punk did the things he did, so that's on him. Then there's the Young Bucks. So there's the Young Bucks, there's Punk, there's Kenny Omega, you know, and then there's all that stuff that happened. But then there's this situation is directly involves CM Punk and Jungle Boy. And again, Jungle Boy is a guy who's like, I'm going to go out on the show and make a joke about CM Punk on the show that doesn't have any payoff or anything to do with the show at all. And I'm going to take shots at the guy. And then when he comes backstage, I'm going to like cry about it, basically. And so, you know, I don't know, bro. The only people that you can blame are Punk, Jungle Boy, probably the Young Bucks after that, Tony Khan. Those are the biggest parties to blame at this point. Because Tony Khan sort of like let it fester. And, you know, then we're talking about the guy that actually did it. And right now I'd like to go ahead and there'll be a lot of things I think that we'll be able to talk about throughout the days, but let's go ahead and let's turn our attention to some of the reactions the other night of CM Punk returning, because I would like to see some of these. This first one is from Maximania. I don't even know if this is his channel or somebody else's, but let's see. I like how his glasses came off. By the way, we are the biggest losers at this point in 2020. Aren't we the biggest losers in 2023? In 2023, everybody has a phone and they're filming themselves. And a lot of people are filming themselves because they know something's going to happen. And then they like act surprised when it happens. Although it was kind of surprising the other night. But did this guy's glasses just come off? Like he was kind of celebrating like, yeah. And then all of a sudden, bro, the glasses just came off. You put him back on there. Did you put him back on? I like how they came off, though. Like, oh, I don't know what to do. I'll take my glasses off. I don't know what to do. Ah! This is the most... This is the craziest thing I can do. I'm taking my glasses off. Ah! I'm taking my glasses off. Oh, my God! It's the whitest thing that you've ever seen. Like, somewhere there's a black guy who's like, he's like on a podcast with some other black dudes, and they're hanging out, and they're like, oh, man, let me ask you something. What's the whitest thing you ever seen? I mean, no disrespect or anything. I'm not being racist to, you know, nothing, no hate on whites or nothing, but, you know, we all got our things, and here's the thing, man. What's the whitest thing you ever seen? Well, man, I was at this WWE event one time. This motherfucker was so excited. He just took his glasses off. That's what happened. Oh my God! CM Punk is here! Ah! Bro, the glasses. What's this? Oh my God. What do I do? What do I do? I'll take my glasses off. Well, it's better than a lot of other white people in Chicago. They would have taken their dicks out. So, I mean, this, you know, I'm not trying to make this a race thing, but, you know, he looks pretty good right there with the glasses off. Like, he didn't look like a minute ago, he looked like he could never be laid. He looked like he couldn't get laid. But there, for some reason, this primal scream and the no glasses, he looks all right there. Like, I don't look much different. Like, I think he could get laid at this point. Like, here, like, no. Like, right here, no. Like, he looks like a fucking, like, he don't look like he can get laid here. Like, this don't look very good. Oh, but, like, in a minute, he's going to look like fucking Captain America. Ready, here it comes. Oh, my God, take my glasses off! Right there. Oh, my God, now he looks really fuckable. He looks like, yes, I'm the shit! Like, right there, he looks alpha right there. He went, look at this. It's like he just became Superman. He was Clark Kent a minute ago. Like, did you remember that face he had? Look at that. He looks like a warrior that you'd marry if you're a girl, you know? But, like, now, oh, anyway, this is amazing. Oh, my God, I took my glasses off. I don't know what the fuck to do. See, those guys didn't take their glasses off. See, the people around him, they didn't take their glasses off. But his thing was like, oh, I gotta take this off. And then he just stares at his camera. That's the weird thing. CM Punk is coming up, and this is what sort of like is cringy about this whole thing. It's like, bro, CM Punk just came out. He's actually there. Like, if I was there and I really cared, I probably would have lost track of my camera and been like, oh my God, just like when I was filming for Grimm that time. And I would have had a horrible video, but I would have been in this moment of like, oh my fucking God. Like, I might have said it like into the camera like, oh my God, yeah. But like, I would have gone back to wanting to see what was going on. But he's just like, I'm the star. Like, let's go. I get it. And right there is where he loses his breath. He's like, oh my God, I got to catch my breath. Forgot to breathe for about 8 seconds. Oh, take a big gulp. Back to screaming. Holding my invisible hat. Let me get a shot of me with the background. Take my glasses off again. I don't know what to do. I'll just take my glasses off again. He really is. This is genuine, though, because this is exactly the look that I had when the Patriots came back and won the Super Bowl against the Seattle, the Seahawks. Remember that? In the video that the NFL Network put on their channel, I look just like this. I'm like out of breath. I'm like, oh, what happened to that? Like, I'm like losing my mind. Like, it's the same sort of thing. So like, I do believe his genuine like excitement here. I really do. Little death metal growl there. No. He wanted to turn around and hug this guy there, but he's like, oh, he might be a terrorist. I don't know. Now he looks like Lars Sullivan. Do you know why a lion came to the World Wrestling Entertainment? I'm Lars Sullivan, and I wrote weird things about black people, and they're gonna find them. Also, I was in a gay porno, and they're gonna dig that up too, and soon I won't be in the WWE anymore. I'm really close to sounding like Jesse Ventura, but not quite. But here's the thing, I'm Lars Sullivan, and when a lion gets its prey... I don't know. He sounded just like that, though. Come on. Back to trying to breathe again. Trying to breathe.
Oh, my God.
Glasses off. Oh, my God, dude. I was just about to say, dude, he almost looks like he's going to throw up. He's going to throw up, bro. And he almost did, I think. Like, bro, he's... Dude, look at this. Oh, my God. Is this what is going on? What is going on? It was like 7 ER visits that night because of this. I'm gonna die. Oh my god, bro. You don't look right. He doesn't look well right there. Imagine that guy next to him, like, just sitting, and this guy's going, oh my god, bro. Come on, man. This is, I think you might be kidding. Look at him there laughing like, I'll go viral for this. That is kind of out of the Tommy playbook. I got to be honest. That's a little bit out of the Tommy playbook.
Shit bum.
That's weird.
That glasses kid is like, CM Punk makes me show my own face. Gurgle, gurgle, swallow.
Oh my god. CM Punk made me show my own face. Colonel Stutters. What up, Colonel Stutters? Good morning. Sunday morning. Good to have you here with the $5 shit bum, Colonel Stutters. Much appreciated, bro. Get hard, by the way, down there. The first donation of the stream, the only donation of the stream, the man himself, Colonel Stutters, becoming a $5 shit bum. I don't know what Colonel Stutters is up to tonight, but get dirty, Colonel. Let's see what else we got. All right, let's see if we can find some other CM Punk reactions. Let's see. That was a pretty wild one, though. I got to tell you, that one was up there. I don't know if I believe that one. Like he was planning that or something. I mean, maybe not, but you see how everybody else reacted? Like the guy to the right here, this guy with the glasses on. No, did this guy take his glasses off? I'm actually more interested in that guy's reaction than this guy's. This guy just kind of turns his head like, oh my god. But like this guy with the glasses. Does he take his glasses off? It looks like Garguts. Oh my god! See, his glasses stay on. It's only white people take their glasses off. Look at that. Watch this lady back here. This lady's like, oh my god, watch this lady. This is great. This lady back here, she's like, oh my god, like, I guess it's over. She's like, okay, I want to go home and I'm going to oh my, wait a minute. Oh my god, my phone. I got to get my phone out. Something's happening. Oh my god, I got to get, oh my god, dude, what? Guys, oh my god, I'm going to pass out. I am going to pass out. Oh my god, watch this lady. Oh my god, this is so funny. Well, and I guess we're going to go home. I'm going to put, oh my god, I get my phone out. I got to get my phone. Something's happening. Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god! I gotta get my second phone out. I have 2 phones. I took my, like, why does she have 2 phones? I got both my phones out now. Yo, it was so crazy. She pulled out 2 fucking phones. Where did these come from? All right, I gotta get this on my phone. Oh my god, I gotta get another phone. I've got 2 phones. Does she not know that she can just take one good video without wobbling 2 phones, and she can just send the video to the other one? Bro, she had to take over. Let me get my burner phone. Oh my god. Oh my god. She's like, my daughter's in the bathroom. Oh my god, she left her phone here. Oh my god, you think so? She's recording herself with the other one? Oh my god, that would be so ridiculous. You're so vain. I bet you think the song is about you. You're so vain. Oh my god, bro. Can you imagine that? If she's really doing that, she's filming herself with one of the phones. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. Film this bitch's arteries. Okay? Oh my god, dude. I've got to get my phone out. Oh my god, guys. CM Punk is here. Look. Ah! Oh my god. I can't even imagine that. Having 2 phones. One for your reaction and one for the video of the thing, but you missed it. Like, you actually had the 2 phones ready there. This is the end of the show. This is happening. And you don't get the reaction. Like, bro, you're there and you got both phones and you didn't get the reaction. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. That's funny, though. I'm going to bring both my phones so I can get a reaction of me, and if it happens, I'll have something. Oh, I forgot. Kind of funny. Kind of funny. Is that it for, I was looking for more in the arena reactions, but I think that's about it. I don't think there's any other ones. That one guy is nuts. The glasses, though, that killed me. I thought there was more. I was hoping there'd be more, but that one was really good. You know, that was pretty good. I want it in the arena, though.
I think timer goes out. Randy doesn't come out. Then they bring Rhea out to cash in, and before she gets the Money in the Bank in there, Randy comes out. RKO's Rhea. Boom! Damn.
That guy nailed it. If he did not fake this video and like make that up afterwards and upload this, then that guy nailed it. Like, he pretty much almost called what happened.
Yes, sir!
That's funny.
What are they about to happen?
This guy called the shit out of it. If that's what if this is real, which I think it is. This guy's not in the audience, though. I want people in the audience.
I told you! What the fuck?
This is why people don't get laid.
What the fuck?
And let's not pretend I wasn't like this, by the way, because I was. But I've already secured the female and the 3 children. I like the first thing he does is picks up his phone, right? Have you noticed this? All the people in the crowd, phones. First thing that everybody does, except for the one guy who ripped his glasses off. You know, there was the one guy that ripped his glasses off. But, like, everybody just like, oh my God, I'm going to my phone. Like, that's how fucked up we all are now. It's like the first thing we do is like, oh, I got to reach for my phone. I got to grab the phone. Because that's what we do. We get the phone. Unbelievable. But yeah, those were some pretty cringy ones, I would say. But I think the guy with the glasses wins because he puts himself out of breath, right? He literally starts choking and wheezing at the end, you know? And then he's ripping his glasses off for some reason, screaming like a maniac. And he's sweating profusely. He's taking videos of himself and turning around and just, I mean, it's pretty rough. It's pretty hard to watch. But anyway, the other thing is, the other night, I know we talked about Punk and his promo, and it was rough. You know, by the way, guys, if you can, please click the like button and stick the thumb up my ass, please. Thank you. It was not very good. And I said this last night that the promo was weird and that Raw was a little bit of that they dropped the ball. They dropped the ball last night on Raw, just like they dropped the ball on Raw 30, where they should have capitalized on all the people that were going to watch. And they should have gotten this huge amount of interest in the company and in the show, and they did not do that. They sent CM Punk out there, and he did a promo that wasn't as good as his AEW promo, and everybody was just kind of like blah, and there wasn't enough stuff to hook in all the viewers who were returning to watch Raw. And so it kind of pissed me off because they should have done better. I think WWE rolled out a 6 out of 10 Raw last night when they should have rolled out an 8 or 9 out of 10 Raw. So I just think that it was not done very well. It was all right, but it should have been amazing. It should have been like, let's go. This is a new time, a new era. This is the launching of something new. And it didn't really fully do that. So I think that they sort of missed the mark a little bit last night. I mean, they didn't quite miss it. It was still good. It was just like, it just was missing the power behind the punch. They threw the punch, but there wasn't a lot of power behind it. And I think it really needed that. And I'm serious. I really appreciate what WWE did. That they tried to do things. But I don't appreciate that they just dropped the ball for the most part. They made us wait all night long for a all right, I guess, CM Punk promo that I did a promo on my show, and I think my promo is better than Punk's. And you know what? Lots of times I see CM Punk out there, and I'm like, you know what? I don't know what he's going to say. I don't know what I would say. And then CM Punk cuts a promo, and I go, damn, that was good. I would not have thought of that. That was good. Like 90% of the time when CM Punk cuts a promo, I think to myself, that was good. I don't know if I would have thought of that. That's good. That's because he's good. He's that good. He got me into it too. But last night on Raw, I wasn't quite sure all the things that CM Punk was really saying. And it was weird. And you had to wait all night for it. And it was really just they wanted him to go out there with the song and wave and say, I'm back. I'll see you later. We're not going to start any stories until next week, guys. That's basically what it was. And that was a really bad decision, in my opinion. Like a really bad move to just go out there and just say, well, what's up, everybody? You know I'm here, but we'll see you next week. And Nashville, not a really great place to be on top of it. So there was a lot left on the table last night, to be honest. Hit that like button. We're almost at 100. A lot left on the table the other night. Boy, my fucking Raw didn't live up to the expectations. I agree. I don't think sometimes Raw doesn't live up to expectations. D. Welsh is messaging me. Do YouTubers' reaction to Punk's return? I just did. I didn't have a reaction on camera. Mine was off the air. But I do have it, and I played it the other night. And I could probably put it on Twitter without it getting copywritten, but I wouldn't want to put it on here because it's got the video. I mean, I guess I could cut it so the video part's out, but it'd be a little bit tough, you know? You know? Do. Who's that guy? How was Randy's promo on Raw? Zakaria. It was pretty good. Randy's promo was pretty good. It was obviously a lot of it was written, so that's the only thing. Like Randy Orton delivered a line about, he was like, you know, every week we gotta listen to mommy this, mommy that, mommy this. Well, guess what? Daddy's back. And it was weird because he like delivered it weird, like daddy's back, like it was a question. Like, we got to listen to mommy this, mommy that. Well, guess what, mommy? Daddy's back. You know, daddy's back. You know, but he said it like daddy's. It was weird. I don't know. But it was great. It was a great line. It was like the best thing, whatever. So Randy Orton's promo was actually better than... I think Randy Orton's promo might have been better than CM Punk's because it felt really genuine. Like he was like, I'm back and what's up and yeah... But they wrote it for him, so it's not really, so then it wasn't genuine because he had these liners that he said, but I don't know, man. It was weird, but it was clearly written, but it was well done. But also it was at the top of the show where the audience was at their highest point probably, and so Punk had to come out there when the audience was kind of dead and like I don't know, man. It just was whatever.
Put you out. Rhea this, Rhea that, mommy this, mommy that, mommy this, mommy that. Well, guess what, Rhea? Daddy's back.
So, like, that was a great line, and I'm going to bet that somebody wrote that line, right? Somebody backstage. I mean, maybe Randy came up with it. I don't know, but it to me, I felt like it was like somebody wrote it, like, and then Randy. Well, every week we got to listen to mommy this, mommy that. Guess what? Daddy's back. That sort of thing. I don't know. So, but it was it was the most memorable. It was probably one of the most memorable things said on the show. So it was a damn if you saw that written, you'd be like, that's fucking fire, bro. Good shit. Good shit, whoever wrote that. I don't know who wrote it, but great job. I don't think that Randy would have just come up with that out of nowhere. I think The Rock could do that. Maybe Randy could, but it definitely sounded like they wrote that. That was definitely a written thing.
So you need
to me, like 99%.
Stop focusing on the bloodline. Because unlike the bloodline, we get the job done and we will put you out permanently.
Rhea Ripley looking like a crack, like a roided up Marilyn Manson Trinity from The Matrix. Love it, by the way. I love Rhea. She's been doing great. She's doing great. Rhea Ripley is doing great.
I stated how I kept in touch when I watched the prod. Daddy's back.
Oh, my goodness. What? Where's Jerry Lawler?
It's Rhea this, Rhea that. Mommy this, mommy that. Mommy this, mommy that. Well, guess what, Rhea? Daddy's back.
Oh, my goodness. Did you hear what Randy Orton said? Yeah, Vince, he said Daddy's back. That's disgusting. I think he should probably be arrested for sexual assault. That's ridiculous. Randy Orton playing the same game Rhea would play. Well, this is some kind of...
a lot of things have changed.
This is some kind of sexual intimidation, Vince.
Since I've been out.
And now these people are trying to sexually assault Rhea too. Come on, give me a break. No, it's not cool, Vince.
Seriously, you're right. A lot of things have changed, Rhea, since I've been gone.
But yeah, so that was a little bit of the promo, but it was Randy's promo was good. I thought Randy's promo was really good. And again, like I said, I don't think time had anything to... I knew we were going to hear all these complaints about time with CM Punk the next day. Like, it was going to be like, oh, his time was cut. Remember, I said this, too. His time was cut. He didn't have enough time, da-da-da. I said, I bet he comes out at 10:52. And he came out at 10:52. He had plenty of time to deliver the promo that I would have delivered, which was telling a story about since he's been gone. You know what I mean? And loving the things he did, but loving them on a short-term basis. But he's never loved anything as long as he's loved AJ Lee and WWE. And he could even rhyme them together. You know, I said last night, the promo wouldn't take long. Wouldn't take long. I guess hell froze over. Ah! So how's it going, Nashville? 10 years since I've been here, and I'm back for the first time in Nashville. You know, while I was gone, I had 10 years to experience life without WWE. And, you know, they say the grass isn't always greener. And in short, I'd have to agree with that because I went to hockey games. I relaxed. I took it easy. And for a short time, I loved that. I went to hockey games, and for a short time, I loved that. I read book after book after book that I always wanted to read, and for a short term, I loved that. I did commentary here or there and everywhere, and for a short term, and to this day, I still do love that, but it's not so frequent that I get tired of it. I fought in a caged octagon, and for a short time, I loved that. But after a while, all these things faded. And what I realized was, when I was in WWE, I had a 10-year love affair. And there's two things in my life I realized that I love, and I will always love, and that's AJ Lee and WWE. By the way, AJ says hi, and she's doing just fine. And so that being said, there's always a yin and a yang to everything. You got a lot of people loving me, saying hi to me, catching up with me. And you got some people who aren't so happy that I'm here. Blah, 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 blah. But the fact is I'm back, blah, 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 blah. And then say the last thing he said on the air when they zoomed in and closed out on him. That was great, by the way. And then, boom, you would have had a promo that was kind of clear, sort of. You know, it still wouldn't be the best thing because he only had 8 minutes, but, like, no excuse. And he sort of did do that promo last night. But it was just like he was touch and go on a little bit of stuff and waiting, and it was very strange. But I would have, poured more emotion into it. And I think a lot of people thought it was just like, okay, do we just get PG Punk? I don't know. He could have said stuff like, in the end, Punk always wins. I'm the best in the world, whether it's on the mic, playing games, in a fight, whatever you want to say. Like, and that's what you have to be the best, is you have to believe that you're the best. Maybe you aren't always going to be the best, but you better believe you are. And I'm proof that when you believe you are, you can be. A lot of other people say they're the best. They never been the best. I have been. You know, so just because once in a while we fall, we fail, we have bumps along the road, you know, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, the bottom line is there was no real direction of exactly what was going on last night as far as that goes to me. I am shocked that I even would have laughed if they had someone come out from the locker room who wasn't Seth Rollins, who basically was like, you know, if CM Punk had said, like, if anybody in the back has a problem with me, come on out here and let me know. You know what I mean? I thought that would have been cool. And it would have been cool if, like, some jobber younger guy came out and then Punk was like, you? Why do you have a problem with me? I don't even know you. And the guy was like, well, I was supposed to have a match tonight on Raw and I got bumped this morning because you showed up last night. And I waited 6 months for this match or something like that. That would have been funny. And then Punk said, oh, yeah, well, why don't you come down here and do something about it? And then the guy walks down, and then CM Punk jumps out of the ring. Then CM Punk meets him halfway, kicks him in the stomach, throws him up in the GTS, and GTSs him on the floor. And then CM Punk rolls back in the ring again. Does anybody else have a problem that CM Punk is back? Like, and then somebody else could come out, and he could do it again. And he waffles them, and he lays them out. And then on the third person, it's Seth Rollins. That would have been pretty cool. And it would have been cool if he came out and just stared at him and they went off the air. That would have been fine. And security came out and they went off the air, and then there was like a little 5-minute after video on WWE.com or something. But I guess they're not are they trying not to get into that so quickly? Is that not the direction? Is there more going on? But if you had done that, you would have made people go, oh my God, what's going to happen next week? I mean, they already sort of did do that the other night, but it was off camera, right? We all saw it off the air and started, ooh, what's going to happen? And then that didn't even come close to paying off last night. But they could have created that again last night and given us a little more. And I think that would have been a much better idea than just him going out there for 8 minutes and being like, oh, boo-doo-doo-doo-doo, boop. I don't know. People telling me, Brian in the chat, Joe Punk's promo was supposed to be longer, but the main event match got more than expected. I don't believe it. I thought the whole time he's going to have 8 minutes. And maybe it did get cut. I don't know, but it's like the whole time I said, I'm not going to do this. I'm not doing the tomorrow. Everyone's going to be like, oh my God, his time got cut short. Bro, you have 3-hour show. You have a 3-hour show. You have CM Punk at the end. Whenever they do this with somebody, they always bring them out with like 5 minutes left. And you're like, why? This is not the first time that a major thing is going on where someone's going to cut a promo at the end and they get 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes. In fact, a lot of times it's 8 minutes, almost every time. That's why I guessed 10:52. And he walked out at 10:52. And if you don't believe me, go into the chat of the show the other night. It's in the chat. I said it. I bet he comes out at 10:52. Boom. He came out at 10:52. Because it's happened 100 times. Where it's like, what's going to happen? Oh my God. Blah, blah, blah. CM Punk should have turned to the crowd and said, I didn't come back for you. I came back for me. Well, he kind of did say that. He said, I came back for the money into the camera afterwards. You know what I mean? I don't know. You know? But, you know, I don't know. Anyway, you guys can become a member if you want. down below. Memberships are active if you want to use them. Super Chat's available if you want to super chat and say something about anything I've been saying tonight or any other news or anything you want to talk about. It is Tuesday night. I don't know where everybody is, but it's fucking quiet out there. There ain't nobody on Discord. There ain't no donations. There's only 92 likes. I mean, are people fucking sleeping on a Tuesday night? Is Tuesday night fucking rage? Tuesday night we're all asleep? Where the fuck is everybody? I don't know. But I do know this. I'm going to play a clip of something real quickly. Or I'm going to play a couple clips of something. And one of them, well, let's go back real quickly. Let's hear the mommy thing one more time. And then I have another clip I'm going to play. And earlier, if you missed it, we reacted to some of the people reacting in the crowd to CM Punk's return. And it was fucking cringe, but funny. And I got that one little clip that I'm definitely going to turn into some, I don't know what song or something I'm going to turn it into. But let's take a quick clip back at when Mankind got a little too close to his own kids.
Mankind, that was Mankind.
Yeah, I was trying to
Speaking of Mankind,
last night I had sex with my own family.
Okay.
What?
Even the boys?
When you fuck your own kid, it's like you're fucking yourself. So it's not really that bad.
Quite frankly, here's the thing. They had a nice day.
All right. Okay, man.
Jesus. What's his son's name? Matt Foley? Dewey.
Yeah.
Dewey Foley. I'm gonna fill Dewey up with some gooey.
Why did God make my dick
The first gooey match. There's only one time.
The Joe Cronin Show.
That was
Why did God make my dick?
that was inappropriate, Rojas. Inappropriate, Rojas. Now let's go back to this guy. He literally pulls his glasses off. Watch this. I like how his glasses came off. By the way, we are the biggest losers at this point in 2020. Aren't we the biggest losers in 2023? In 2023, everybody has a phone and they're filming themselves. And a lot of people are filming themselves because they know something's going to happen. And then they like act surprised when it happens. Although it was kind of surprising the other night. But did this guy's glasses just come off? Like he was kind of celebrating like, yeah. And then all of a sudden, bro, the glasses just came off. You put him back on there. Did you put him back on? I like how they came off, though. Like, oh, I don't know what to do. I'll take my glasses off. I don't know what to do. Ah!
This is the most... This is the craziest thing I can do. I'm taking my glasses off. Ah! I'm taking my glasses off. Oh my God!
It's the whitest thing that you've ever seen. Like, somewhere there's a black guy who's like, he's like on a podcast with some other black dudes, and they're hanging out, and they're like, oh man, let me ask you something. What's the whitest thing you ever seen? I mean, no disrespect or anything. I'm not being racist to, nothing, no hate on whites or nothing, but we all got our things, and here's the thing, man. What's the whitest thing you ever seen? Well, man, I was at this WWE event one time. This motherfucker was so excited. He just took his glasses off. That's what happened.
Oh my God! CM Punk is here! Ah! Bro, the glasses! What's this? Oh my God!
What do I do? What do I do? I'll take my glasses off! Well, it's better than a lot of other white people in Chicago. They would have taken their dicks out. So, I mean, this, you know, I'm not trying to make this a race thing, but, you know, he looks pretty good right there with the glasses off. Like, he didn't look like a minute ago, he looked like he could never be laid. He looked like he couldn't get laid. But there, for some reason, this primal scream and the no glasses, he looks all right there. Like, I don't look much different. Like, I think he could get laid at this point. Like, here, like, no. Like, right here, no. Like, he looks like a fucking, like, he don't look like he can get laid here. Like, this don't look very good. Oh, but, like, in a minute, he's going to look like fucking Captain America. Ready, here it comes. Oh, my God, take my glasses off!
You raised a piece of shit!
Hey, what's
right
up?
there.
Just
oh my God! Now he looks
this is so
like
crazy
really fuckable.
because one
he
of
looks
the
like,
last times
yes,
we saw Jake DeMarco was when CM Punk debuted
like right
in
there. He looks
AEW
alpha
in
right there. He
2021.
went. Look at this.
I wish
it's like
so
he just
bad
became
we could have got
Superman.
his reaction
He was
to
Clark
the
Kent a minute ago.
WWE return.
Like did
so
you remember
wild.
that face he had? Look at that. He looks like a warrior that you'd marry if you're a girl, you know. But like now, oh, anyway, this is amazing. Oh my God! I took my glasses off. I don't know what the fuck to do. See, those guys didn't take their glasses off. See, the people around him, they didn't take their glasses off. But his thing was like, oh my God, take these off! And then he just stares at his camera. That's the weird thing. CM Punk is coming up, and this is what sort of like is cringy about this whole thing. It's like, bro, CM Punk just came out. He's actually there. Like, if I was there and I really cared, I probably would have lost track of my camera and been like, oh my God, just like when I was filming for Grimm that time. And I would have had a horrible video, but I would have been in this moment of like, oh my fucking God. Like, I might have said it like into the camera like, oh my God, yeah. But like, I would have gone back to wanting to see what was going on. But he's just like, I'm the star. Like, let's go. I get it. And right there is where he loses his breath. He's like, oh my God, I got to catch my breath. Forgot to breathe for about 8 seconds. Oh, take a big gulp. Back to screaming. Holding my invisible hat. Let me get a shot of me with the background. Take my glasses off again. I don't know what to do. I'll just take my glasses off again. He really is. This is genuine, though, because this is exactly the look that I had when the Patriots came back and won the Super Bowl against the Seattle, the Seahawks. Remember that? In the video that the NFL Network put on their channel, I look just like this. I'm like out of breath. I'm like, oh, what happened to that? Like, I'm like losing my mind. Like, it's the same sort of thing. So like, I do believe his genuine like excitement here. I really do. Little death metal growl there. No. He wanted to turn around and hug this guy there, but he's like, oh, he might be a terrorist. I don't know. Now he looks like Lars Sullivan. Do you know why a lion came to the World Wrestling Entertainment? I'm Lars Sullivan, and I wrote weird things about black people, and they're gonna find them. Also, I was in a gay porno, and they're gonna dig that up too, and soon I won't be in the WWE anymore. I'm really close to sounding like Jesse Ventura, but not quite. But here's the thing, I'm Lars Sullivan, and when a lion gets its prey... I don't know. He sounded just like that, though. Come on. Back to trying to breathe again. Trying to breathe.
Oh, my God.
Glasses off. Oh, my God, dude. I was just about to say, dude, he almost looks like he's going to throw up. He's going to throw up, bro. And he almost did, I think. Like, bro, he's... Dude, look at this. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Is this what is going on? What is going on? It was like 7 ER visits that night because of this. I'm gonna die. Oh my god, bro. You don't look right. He doesn't look well right there. Imagine that guy next to him, like, just sitting, and this guy's going, oh my god, bro. Come on, man. This is, I think you might be kidding. Look at him there laughing like, I'll go viral for this. That is kind of out of the Tommy playbook. I got to be honest. That's a little bit out of the Tommy playbook.
Shit bomb.
Yeah, that was fun to relive. I did that 30 minutes ago, but there you get to watch it again while I go pee-pee and check on my kids. Because my kids are sleeping, and I had to check on them. How do you get rid of canker sores? Baking soda and salt. Swish the baking soda and salt around in your mouth for a bit. It will sting and stuff. That's good. You want it to sting. And then spit it out. Also, what's it called? What's the stuff you put on it when it gets really bad? Oh, what is it called? Benzazole or Amasol? What is it, guys? Somebody in the chat help me out with the canker sore. Because, like, the last 2 or 3 days of the canker sore, it really hurts a lot. Like, it starts getting really annoying. And when you... Ambisol. That's what it's called, Ambisol. So, dude, Ambisol. What up, Joey Backus? Joe, I just want to say I've been watching Monetize This 54, the days of... yeah. Unbelievable, those days. Until we found out that guy was pedo. That was weird. Let's see. Let's go to the chat. Well, let me play donations. Let me see if there's any donos I missed. I think I missed one or two.
Shit bomb.
Whoa.
Lol, this guy virgin.
Matt Cologne, this guy's a virgin. Well, maybe. I don't know, though, dude. When he got angry, I went from thinking that, too, but when he got angry and he started yelling and going like, ah, like, then I started being like, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe this guy could tear up a hole. That guy could tear up a hole or two, a clam or two, with that intensity. You know, it really did not look like sex material. But then, bro, he took off, I felt like. So, maybe. But I don't know. There was something about something about that was almost primal. That intensity was almost primal at a point. So I got to give him that credit. Matt Cologne, thank you so much, brother. Really appreciate that.
You raised a piece of shit.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
Just wanna say this is so crazy because one of the last times we saw Jake DeMarco was when CM Punk debuted in AEW in 2021. I wish so bad we could have got his reaction to the WWE return.
That's
so
true.
Wild.
That's true. I'll message him and I'll ask him if he wants to give it. Let me message Jake right now. I actually haven't talked to Jake in like 2 weeks, so I'm glad you brought him up. Oh my god, dude. I loved this. By the way, I just had I've had a lot of people ask, what is your reaction, Jake, to CM Punk coming back? First of all, how are you doing? But I'm live right now, that's why I'm talking like this. But yeah, people want to know what your reaction is. We haven't even talked. I just realized since Punk is back, so I hope you're okay because I'm actually surprised you didn't send me a message about CM Punk. So I hope you're okay, man. I love you. I'll talk to you a little bit later. But if you want to give your opinion, people are asking about your opinion. Kisses, baby. I love you. I miss you. All right, so we'll see what Jake says. If he'll hear that eventually. He might be. I wonder if he's dealing with something, because I am shocked that I didn't get a text. Because when other stuff has happened, he's messaged me and been like, "Whoa," Even when some regular news hits, he messages me about stuff. So I'm actually surprised that I didn't hear from him, and I'm actually surprised that I didn't reach out to him. So maybe we were both just so encapsulated by it, we didn't get to speak. But we'll find out. We can get a Jake comment. If I get it, I'll put it up as a short or something. I don't know. Kevin7 says, Joe, do you think your chat can be toxic sometimes? I mean, yeah, we can all be a little toxic sometimes. You know what I mean? But we were all toxic before there was a word called toxic. I mean, okay, we weren't. There was a word called toxic, but you know what I mean? Before it was a thing to say somebody's toxic. No, it was just called being fucking crazy. Who was that donated? Chairman Mayo and Colonel Stutters and Matt Cologne. Thank you guys for the donations. $5, $3.16, and another $5. Colonel Stutters, Chairman, and Matt Cologne. Thank you guys for the donos. Byron, Jake DeMarco, we miss you. Yeah, everybody loves Jake. Jake is one of the best, realest people. And you know what's crazy about Jake is Jake was so awesome that I started my show solo. As you guys know, I started this show pretty much solo, and then I brought on my friend Chris, and after a little while, Chris kind of faded away, and I started, really doing stuff with a different guy, and that guy left, Dave, the dead on one, and when all my wrestling co-hosts left after I started the show, and after about a year and a half to 2 years or so, I sort of had this little crew of co-hosts with me, and so instead of doing the show solo, I would always have some crew of co-hosts with me. But when they all left, they all decided to leave all at once, almost. Jake called up and was like, "Hey man, I'll be on the shows with you." And I'm like, I wasn't sure about it. He wasn't that great yet at all. You can go back and watch it. He was a little bit shaky, and I didn't really vibe with him yet. It took like a couple months really, actually. I wasn't sure if I was going to keep him. Like if somebody else came on, I might have replaced him, I was thinking. But like I liked him, and I always wanted to have him on, but I didn't know if he was like a full-time co-host person. I thought maybe he just kind of like, he had a little bit to offer, but I wasn't sure. And man, Jake got better and better. And then Jake got so goddamn good. Like, Jake got really good at, first of all, he had clear, concise opinions, and he would dig deep into stuff and have really good predictions. He would bring up really interesting observations. And that was the best thing about Jake when he was the co-host forever. And at that point, we never looked back. We didn't look back. 2015, I think, Jake came on board full-time. Like 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I think it was 6 years. 6 straight years with me and Jake DeMarco. And the best thing about Jake was when I was off the rails, Jake was ready to get right back to the notes and the points that he had. And so many times, Jake created ideas in my mind that I wouldn't have thought of if he hadn't have brought up certain things. Also, he would notice things I didn't notice. I would notice things that some people wouldn't notice, but so wouldn't Jake. So when I would bring up things, people would be like, oh, that's interesting. And then Jake would bring up stuff, and that would be even more interesting. And it's like somebody like that is hard to find. It's hard to find somebody that gets you, knows when to be quiet when you're doing something, can add to what you're doing, and genuinely can carry a conversation with you, and then also can literally by like a couple of years in, Jake could do a show by himself, like crush it, you know? And with him being such a straight man with so many good points, notes, and concisive ideas, and also remembering history really well, Jake was able to dial up history a lot, short-term history, a lot better than I am. After about 4 months or 3 months, if something happens, I don't remember what happened. I don't remember. So one of the biggest things that Jake brought to the table was that he was able to sort of like, no, remember this happened, then that happened. Oh, so it was like I had a live producer, but a co-host. So that's a big thing that's missing. You know, I can come on here by myself and I can rant and rave and go into certain things for like a couple hours. But if Jake was here, there'd be just triple the value. It would be so valuable. It's crazy. You know, and just like, and the way, how good he got with that is impressive. If you go back and watch Jake in 2015 and 14, go listen to him as a caller in 2014. Then listen to him on the show in 2015. But then listen to him on the show in 2017 and 18 and 19. And you're like, damn, this guy got really good. Jake is the Kurt Angle of wrestling podcasters. And he wasn't even really a podcaster. He only did my show, really. You know, and Jake is the Kurt Angle. He was a guy who, like, oh, he's never really been on camera doing this sort of thing. And you can tell. And, oh, now he's getting better at it. Oh, now he's really damn good. Now he's, like, better than me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have the voice and the presence and the crazy charisma. But he has the genuine, like, he's just so genuine. And that's what people really love about Jake and loved about Jake when he was on the show. He's just so genuine. He's genuinely a nice person. He's genuinely serious about his points and his ideas. And it's just interesting. He's really good. It's perfect for me because I am able to then go a little crazier because we know that he'll steer the ship the right way. Anyway, sorry. I don't know why I went on a rant about that, but we were talking about Jake, and those are just some of the things I love about him. And so I felt like top blocks. Huh? Leah's messaging me. Hang on a second. My mother said goodnight to me. That's beautiful. I missed it. Oh, Mom. I would have texted my mom back. Cheers to Jake. So with all that being said, let's bring on a man who was always hoping that Jake would go away so he could take over. And that man is no other than...
Pardon me?
None other than Rastafa. Hello, Rastafa.
You trying to put words in my mouth, bruh?
You say bruh again, and you're out of this Discord.
Bruh?
Oh, okay.
What did I do?
What did I do? We'll see you later. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. What's up, baby? No, I'm just fucking around. I don't know. How you doing?
Are you drunk on the pimp juice again, dude?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm all right. It's not the best day in the world, but I'm all right.
Or why? What happened? You get robbed?
I mean, it's just a crap day, dude. Honestly, I just got word. This already happened a few days ago, but I got word that somebody that I knew indirectly, but directly knew one of the guys that got shot in Burlington, Vermont. One of the three Palestinian guys that got shot.
Jesus.
And still severely in the hospital. Yeah, dude. And there's no violence up in Vermont. I mean, like, it's insulting how Burlington is getting a lot more gun savvy as far as people getting, shot and killed or shot and injured over the past,
did you just use gun savvy to describe an increase in gun violence in Vermont?
Well, yeah, dude. It's like people just want to raise up arms out of nowhere and just start shooting people out of nowhere. Which
Well,
is like,
it's weird because Vermont's a liberal state.
well, even so, dude, I mean, New Jersey's a liberal state and there's gun violence, you know, even here or anywhere else. So, I mean, again, it's like, you know, it's insane.
But what I'm saying is, you know, it's kind of weird. You know, you'd think they wouldn't have any guns. They'd be just eating Ben and Jerry's ice cream out there and loving. Well, anyway, the guy that did it looks nuts, as expected. And, you know, it's one of those things where it's sick, bro. You don't want to see people. See, I feel like some of why America is supposed to be different is because we're supposed to bring all the different people to our country where there's like a different version of if that makes any sense, like a, what do you want to say?
A united front.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
You know?
Like, yes, like there may be, you know, Israel's doing some stuff over there, and yes, there's Hamas and Palestine, and they're doing some insanely sick things over there, right? But but in America, our Palestinians and our, you know, Jewish people and our white people and our black people and our Muslims and our everybody is a more empathetic, peaceful version of those other ones, right? That's sort of what we think in America it's going to be. So to see people shot, I don't care what they are.
This is a grown man, literally a grown-ass man hunting down young men, innocent enough, regardless of what their heritage is, regardless of what their background is, what their spirituality practice is, comes out of nowhere and just shoots them.
But right now, dude, everybody's being hunted. If you don't know, it's because of the mental illness in the country, because it's everybody. There are black people being attacked. There are Asian people being attacked. There are Hispanic people being attacked. There are white people being attacked.
Anti-Semitism, which, by the way, is not just Jewish people. It's also Middle Eastern people as well. A lot of people don't know that.
And there's Muslims, Catholics, everybody. Everybody is being attacked and even hunted by mentally ill people. And once everybody comes together and realizes that there's a bunch of sick, mentally ill people running around out there, like, it's not a one thing versus the other. And that's the problem, is every group is going to keep getting mad at every other thing and whatever.
Oh, and you're going to love this too. And again, sorry for, so quick about it, but what a lot of people, and this is what's also being reported, that this guy apparently was some type of a Christian Zionist or whatever. And again, if you're going to use that to broad stroke a Christian community and this and that, that's another thing that pisses me off.
Right,
because
I don't do that. You don't do that with anybody. When I see if a black guy kills a bunch of white people, like, remember the black guy in the church shooting or whatever?
Yeah.
And the other stuff like that. You know, I don't start thinking that's what they do. Like, that's what's going on. No, because no sane black guy is doing something like that. I know a million. We know. I just know how many black people do I know? They don't do that. It's because this guy was sick. How many white people do something terrible? It's not because all white people are like that. It's just there's bad people that are like fucked up or mentally ill or whatever. And everything is radicalized, by the way. Everything is. So you can't just be like, this guy was radicalized by this group only. That's true, but like, everything is being radicalized, even if it's just you yelling about something. Somebody's like, you know what, I'm gonna do something about it. You know, it's mentally ill. We need mental hospitals back. We need to start executing people who are violent, multiple offending criminals. Like, it's like, dude, people are like stabbing people and then getting out of jail 6 months later, and then they're killing people again in a year. And it's like,
that's happening in jail.
Yeah, well, that's true too. But
it's happening in jail.
But like, fine, keep it in jail. But like, don't like. But they get out and they do it again. It's just, we need courts to lock people up who are violent offenders, and the courts aren't doing it. They're not doing it. So not only are we not putting the mentally ill people away, but when somebody actually does a horrific violent crime, we lock them up. And if you defend someone against a violent crime, you go to jail. Makes no sense.
Here's another thing that is really interesting. So, like, when the guy got arrested, apparently police, even the FBI who got involved, found incriminating evidence that led towards basically this premeditated assault on these three men, which even goes to show that, again, this was premeditated. So even with a mental health issue and state of mind, you still have thoughts going through your mind saying, I'm going to do this. Like, for example, the guy, Mark David Chapman, who shot John Lennon, premeditated his death, basically knew what he was going to do, despite the fact that he was charged and went to jail, and he's pretty much in jail for life. But again, even with mental illness, there's still accountability involved. So that's another thing that's really bothering me also, where again, you could be, even with the best lawyer in the country that can defend you, and most likely you would, not receive, X amount of year, or like even if you did receive life and you were, being sanctioned into, just a regular prison, like just trying to get out of that just by technicality, by going to a mental psych ward. Nah, bruh.
No, you gotta be
pros and cons.
Yeah, if you're crazy and you kill 2 people, you get the same sentence. You get maybe worse of a sentence, because that's what I think. I think you get worse of a sentence if you're sane. And you say you're sane and you're like, yeah, I didn't like them and I had enough and I said, fuck it, and I killed them. You should get the same amount of time that person gets, because it's because not only that, somebody who says I did that because of what they did has more reason than someone who's just crazy. Someone who's just crazy is even more likely to kill more people. So it's like, why wouldn't you give the same punishment? It's the same crime. I don't care if you're mentally ill or whatever. Like, good, even more reason. We don't need you here. Like, you're off the planet. You killed 5 people. You're done. Just bullet them and throw them off the canyon. The Grand Canyon's a great place to do it. Bullet them and throw them off the Grand Canyon.
And these guys, again, regardless of what your faith is and whatever you believe, again, these are young men trying to go home to their families and spend the holiday together. Like, this is insulting to me.
You had me,
especially
young men.
Like, imagine you're the mom and you're the dad of these children, and they don't come home, and you don't find out until a police officer calls you and says, oh, yeah, by the way, your kids got shot. Or were shot at, or whatever. You know what I mean? Dude, it doesn't... It's really bothering me to the point where this is happening in Burlington, because that's like my second home up there, dude. And the fact that I got to keep hearing about this, about another shooting or this and that.
Do you know what I think it is? Do you know what I think it is? How long, Mustafa, have we said New England? I've praised New England, right, where I'm from. I love this.
We
place.
talked about this before, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm not even doing the conspiracy thing, but I'm just saying these places are unbelievably safe from gun violence compared to the rest of the country. Go look at the numbers over the last 20 years, last 5 years.
This for the years.
Yeah, I'm just painting the picture for some of the other people that didn't hear this before, but the bottom line is the numbers are nuts. Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, like, per capita and per the whatever, the gun violence is unbelievably low. I believe it's the culture. I believe the culture of New England is fairly chill. I know that Boston and Massachusetts is a little bit, more city-like, and I get it. But, like, it's very blue-collar and old JFK-like, and there's this mix of, like, old-school left-wing with a little bit of a libertarian right-wing thing mixed together where everybody gets along.
Even with the older school attitude in terms of, like, and I'm not trying to compare it to, like, the 1800s and stuff like that, but kind of almost like an industrial sort
colonial.
Of like,
it's like a colonial.
Yeah, colonial. Yeah, that's a better word.
That stereotype of New England, dude. And some of it's the Irish thing too, but just the cops, man. There's no bullshit, but they're tough, but they're also understanding, and they don't overreact because they're not. Most of them aren't stupid. I feel like too, some of the better cops that I've seen, New York has some of this too, especially in some parts of New York, northern New York and stuff. But like, it's so safe. So it makes me wonder, all of a sudden, shootings in Maine, right? Like that shooting the other day when that guy killed some of those people, it's like that made the numbers skyrocket in Maine all of a sudden because they had nothing before that. And same thing now with Vermont, right? And what else? And quite knock on wood, but I mean Massachusetts is the only one left almost, except for maybe New Hampshire and Massachusetts.
I was gonna say like New Hampshire and Rhode Island.
Rhode Island hasn't. Much. Yeah, I mean Connecticut. Obviously, Connecticut had Sandy Hook, so that's pretty close.
But there's even places even in Connecticut where over the years have been a little bit more. I mean, again, tri-state area. A lot of activity, suburban life, different cities with different, whether it be lower income or, less job opportunity or this and that. And again, I'm not trying to broad stroke a state, just for the record, but man, it's just pissing me off, dude. Like that. And by the way, if anybody of you have ever been up to Burlington, Vermont, it is so chill. It is one of the most beautiful places you can go to in the state, let alone on the New England side of places. And No, I mean, yes, there's homelessness up there, and yes, there's mental health issue, and yes, there's also
this guy was in his cabin, probably going crazy with a gun. You know what I mean? You have some of that, woodsy guy.
But also, there's a lot of again, there used to be rehabilitation centers up there for people with drug issues. People that used to, use a lot. And I think Vermont at one point was a huge place for heroin use.
Yeah, New Hampshire's like that too. That's the one thing about the boony states now is there's quite a bit of drugs that have made. And it's funny because we used to talk about this in cities, right? But for some reason, these drugs like fentanyl and stuff and heroin, they've made their way out to the sticks, like all over the place. It's
people are able to make them and make it up there in in little locations that you wouldn't think that people would be doing this stuff like low key, and then all of a sudden it's getting out there from some type of supplier, and it's just ruining entire communities, all around, and it's just crippling families and crippling, communities at large. It's horrible.
Stop it! No, don't say that. That's not true.
What are you talking about, dude?
The overdoses don't come from homemade medications. They come from oxycodone.
I never said that, dude.
You said they're making it at your.
I'm saying there are places
That's literally what you said.
Occupying that are potentially making this stuff and distributing it somehow, some way, and it's crippling communities. That's what
somehow. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. It's not somehow, some way.
Well, the other thing is
through doctors and prescriptions.
Now, Mustafa, why aren't you mad about all the people killed in Chicago every weekend?
I mean, people are getting killed every day in Chicago.
Right. I know. I'm just being silly. I don't know, because we're like, oh my God, Vermont, but like this happens every day.
Chicago is one of the worst, dude. Is one of the worst capitals. And again, no disrespect to Chicago, but it's like, dude, if somebody's dying a day and you're not doing anything about it at this point, that's horrible.
Well, New York's a mess too. What's wrong with your mayor over there? He's being investigated by the FBI.
He ain't my mayor. I live in Jersey, bro.
Well, that's true. It all blends together out there for me, right? In Boston, New Jersey, New York. It's one big pile of fucking cheesesteak shit, even though that's Philly. Fuck you.
No, that's
Philadelphia.
Eric
Adams, his master got mad at him, so he sent his FBI after him.
Jesus.
Joe Biden, his master.
Oh, well, no, Mustafa's an independent. I don't think you.
Yeah, thank you.
Who? Eric Adams?
Well, it's not his mayor. He had that big tub of lard pig, Chris Christie, out there. Anyway, really quickly, what do you think about this wrestler's court thing with Bryan? I think it's a whole lot of nothing. And if anything, he helped Punk get out of there, and that's about it.
If anything, Bryan and Punk, if you want to call him friends, or you at least want to call him civil, I mean, Punk in its sense, in my opinion, Punk got set up to a small degree, but this is also, like I said, I was trying to get this out yesterday, how the immaturity of the Bucks, right, basically were because they went public to somebody, and that got leaked out where it was like, oh yeah, we weren't going to talk to him for like 6 months. If 6 months passed by, then maybe we could talk to him and have a meeting. And I'm like, you're EVPs, have it now, squash it now, do business. And they were immature to do that. So the fact that allegedly Bryan Danielson was a part of that, disciplinary meeting or crew, whatever you want to call them. I mean, again, Bryan is the most civil, if not most conscious mind that they have over there, besides maybe Jericho to a degree, that was able to at least make the final decision on that. And then that went to Khan, which made Tony Khan basically let go Punk and terminate him. So I'm not surprised by it, but I'm also not angered by it anyway, because again, even he, I think, had tweeted out or said something to the effect of, my father told me a long time ago, like, you have to make difficult decisions or something to that effect. So, Punk got let go. He's back in WWE. All's fair in love and war, and all's right with the world, apparently.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, with Bryan Danielson getting Punk out, it's probably just him saying, like, it's probably the best for your fucking peace of mind, dude. Get out of here. I don't know if it's really he's getting.
I don't believe it was done out of vendetta or anger or jealousy or anything like that. Because Bryan's not that type of guy.
Yeah, he don't care about that. I think they gave this to him to decide, which I guess, and I don't even know if it makes any sense, to be honest. And it's just another way of, if this is true, of Tony Khan backing off like some pussy. Like, what are you doing, bro? Be an alpha. Yeah. And if I was Tony Khan, by the way, be an alpha by suspending people. Come right out and be like, what happened in the backstage and the things that have been going on. I had to suspend CM Punk for 30 days. I had to
or 60
suspend
days because the last time around, even though he got injured and it was the press scrum and everything, at least dish out 30 or 60 days, whatever the punishment is, based upon such and such, and make it known. But he didn't even do that. And as a matter of fact, there's no idea
I'm scared for my life. I was scared for my life, guys.
We don't even know if Jungle Boy's even going to be back on TV, or he's just going to let his contract be, terminated at a certain point, or ride out the contract until the end of it, which I don't even know when that ends.
They need to do it. He needs to man up. He said, "My life was on the line. Now your life is on the line. Loser of this match has to join Hamas," and then he sends him to Hamas or something. Like, make something alpha. Give him some backbone. Anything, because right now he's
Joe, seriously, man, it's like Tony Khan within the past 2 years has failed miserably with controlling his talent, and to the point where he just wants to be friends with everybody, which you've even said this, where that's going to be his detriment, to the point where if we're constantly seeing him hugging talent, constantly doing this and that, I'm like, bro, man up, stop being a fanboy and start being an owner, period.
Well, and also Jungle Boy did not work. Jungle Boy caused this whole goddamn thing, and he doesn't even work. He didn't even work as a heel, right? Like right from the beginning.
Well, he was a heel at All In, I believe, right?
But it doesn't make. What I mean is, he's not. I don't think he's getting over. It's not working. Is what I mean.
Yeah,
true that. I mean, for a little while, I thought it was a good idea to switch it up, but ironically, though, ever since he did turn heel, it's almost like everything has just been going wrong for him.
Yeah,
for all the
for
wrong
everybody
reasons,
too.
Not on TV.
I think the thing is, and I'm glad they tried something, right? But the thing is, to me, Jungle Boy is a 6 out of 10 or something, 6 or 7 out of 10, probably 6 out of 10 wrestler, 6.5 out of 10 wrestler when he's a face. When he's a face, he's a 6.5. Great entrance music. He's got the name and the look, and he's a pretty good face. Okay, I think Darby Allin's above him, a step above him. But Jungle Boy, not a bad little attraction to have. I don't mind him. But as a heel, what I've seen is I don't believe it at all. I think he's not been good.
He was a wannabe tough guy. He was constantly going after Hook, and Hook would chase him, and then Jungle Boy would run away, basically doing what Christian would do.
How many times I've tried to make a serious video where I'm being serious, upset about something or doing something, and a lot of times it doesn't work. Sometimes it does for me, but mostly it doesn't. And I'm talking about me acting. When I try to act as an upset person or a tough guy or something,
or a father,
something like that, whatever it is, I come across funny, no matter what. I feel I do, and I think people agree that a lot of times
that's crazy because everything I do comes off as lesbian.
Yes,
and so I kind of relate.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what your girlfriend figured out. That's why she left. She's like, you know what? It really is lesbian. I'm out. But yeah, no,
much like every other woman, it took her 5 years to realize it.
And so Jack Perry just comes off bad. And the thing is, Jack Perry is basically trying to be a heel that Christian is. And Christian is really good at it. And so when Jack Perry comes out and tries to basically be the same type of heel that Christian is, it doesn't work because it's not even close.
Let me ask you this, Joe. Is it because of his size, and is it because he's, again, related to a famous filmmaker, actor, that type of thing? So there's all that baggage of him not necessarily taking it seriously.
It's not the size. It's I'll play some of it right now.
Joe, also, if I could add before you play it, if he came out like Christian did and said, "Well, you know what, you're cool and all, but your fucking father's dead," or just if he had a good script with him, I think he would have the heel he's looking for.
Let's see.
It does not change the fact. You see, I got a car right back there waiting to take me to the airport. And all of you are...
See, it sounds like he's sort of acting like a bad guy. Like he's part of a, it's not really, it's not real. Like he's playing a wrestler, if anything. Or...
He's trying to play a chicken heel is basically what it is.
Right.
To the airport. And all of you are stuck here with the wildfires.
It didn't that's a good line. You said that he didn't have a good line, but that's a good line, but he didn't deliver.
Really?
I think
you thought that was a good line?
I mean, kind of, but he didn't deliver it well. He didn't deliver it well.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
You see, I got a car right back there, waiting to take me to the airport. And all of you are stuck here with the wildfires.
Right. So
here's how it needs to do it.
Maybe that's not a good line.
I've got my limousine in the back, and all of you are stuck here with the fucking. See, I can't even deal with that.
Yeah, like I don't even. I don't believe
I know
it.
what he's trying to get across, and I understand what he's trying to get the message out, but the delivery is not there because coming from him, you wouldn't believe it. Maybe somebody else on the roster would be more believable, but that's just it. I don't think he's really tapped into who he is, which is the first thing, especially in wrestling school, is the first thing you got to learn. Who are you?
He would
because if you don't know who you are, nobody else is going to figure out who you are. That's why you're not going to get the spot that you want.
He would have to also be very vicious. He can't just say, "I got a limousine back there, and you leave. Oh, you stuck with the wildfires." Like that's fucking
for example,
stupid.
Like
But let me give you the rest of here's what he should have said. If he's gonna say that, say this. And guys, I want to let everybody here know, by the way, I got a limousine back there that's gonna take me to a plane that's gonna take me out of here, and all you guys are gonna be stuck here with the wildfires. And I hope I'm watching the news later tonight, and I hope I see some of your homes burning to the ground, because I'll fly back here in an instant to piss on the ashes.
Right.
Like, that would have been like, okay, but like instead it's just like, I got a limousine, and you'll be stuck in the wildfires.
But here's the thing, Joe. It's like with Swerve Strickland, for example, right? Look at what he did within the past, 6 months. He put on 20 pounds of muscle. He put himself, well, not put himself, but Tony put himself in a program with, Hangman eventually, which led into that, which, by the way, I didn't agree with him winning technically in the second bout, but that's just me. But nonetheless, he is at a point where now he's considered almost an upper mid-card guy, not main eventer yet, but that idea and that believability, especially when he was doing his promos. And again, there's a vibe about him now. Now the fans are really getting behind him, despite the fact that he's technically still a heel. But even with Jungle Boy, that believability is not even close to being to where he needs to be.
Right.
And even if he were to return, no matter what his role would be, and again,
he's the devil.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know yet. And if that's the case, then okay, great. But it's like, you really need to reinvent yourself.
Yeah, he better, dude, if he's the devil, he would have to have he has to be like a different person or something.
Well, yeah, because Swerve has a mean streak. Jungle Boy needs a mean streak.
Yep. It's not.
If he doesn't have that, then there's no point of taking it seriously.
Well, I don't know. All right. All right.
Go take a pee. But yeah, I mean, dude, it's at this point, and especially with AEW, because I was just talking about this with a friend of mine earlier, where I'm looking at AEW, and granted, we have great matches, right? We have some bomb matches that, here and there are just making fans just want to see more of stuff. But then the thing is, there's lack of story, there's lack of character, there's lack of character development, character arc. And you can have all these great concept matches and continental tournaments and such of that nature, Owen Hart tournaments. But if that's all you're bringing without any type of emotional attachment to a story, especially a developing story with a character that's trying to become bigger and better year by year, like an MJF or somebody like that, it's going to be very difficult for me to constantly take you seriously in the long run. And that's been my frustration with AEW with the past year, despite the fact of what's been happening behind the scenes.
I think the only thing
anybody oppose, anybody agree, give me some feedback. Seriously, give me some feedback. Am I the only one that's thinking this here?
Nah, with Jungle Boy, AEW sucks, right? The only thing that's going to make them relevant again is if they start incorporating real life storylines into their booking storylines. Real life, and I don't mean just bullshit, I mean Attitude Era incorporation. For example, let's have fucking a bunch of men in masks come invade a match and Hamas style, and then maybe bring knives or something, and then Jungle Boy has to come and save the wrestlers. Something, make it real. Let's get Nyla Rose in the men's bathroom and then have it upset some of the other fucking wrestlers and have that be a match. That way it'll bring in people that don't really give a shit about wrestling but are curious of the storyline and make us care about the characters.
Give us one more storyline like that. You might be the next Vince Russo, kid.
Yeah, I'll give you 100 just like that.
Like, can you just imagine back in the day with Vince Russo, and he's like pitching ideas to Vince, and he's just basically saying, "Yeah, all these suck. This one idea I'll take. Go back to the drawing board." Like, you just imagine, like,
I tell you what, I'm sick of all these booty hurt, crack ass motherfuckers.
Crack ass.
Taking up the screen time from my melanated brothers. You understand me?
Yeah, you talk about your boy. Talk about your boy.
Man, look, let me tell you what AEW needs. AEW needs them a little flavor. They need them a little sauce. They need a little drip. Jay Menace, what you doing here on a Tuesday? You never here on Tuesdays.
Talk about it, brother.
I came here with the equivalent of a condom on my head and a lot of shit. So I'm gonna need motherfuckers to sit down while I step on my pulpit for a second.
Amen now, bro.
Yeah, give it to him, Mustafa. Give him that.
Come on now. You better speak that truth, baby. You need to speak that truth, son of a boy.
Jesus.
What they can't do is be talking about this shit as if they having these matches and people actually give a fuck. Like, I agree with what both of my brothers on this panel just said. What we need to do is get back to some real authentic shit. Jungle Boy, if you want to be relevant, if you want to save your character from dying a tumultuous death, pretty much like your father did a couple of years ago, what you need to do is get on the microphone and say what everybody's thinking. That goes a long way in wrestling. People in wrestling try to avoid topics that we all know is going on. You know what he should do? Just go out there. He ain't even got to say 2 sentences. Just have a mic. Wait till everybody stops booing and say, "I'm the reason CM Punk left," and just drop it. And just walk off.
Well, here's the problem with that too, because again, I would personally not mind hearing that and seeing that, but notice how WWE has rarely ever made reference to AEW at all, and all AEW does is make reference to WWE on a constant basis. So even if they were to try to take shots at Punk and this and that, all WWE is going to do is just respond by just putting on great shows and great content and make more money. That's it.
Jungle
Boy, we in this age of wrestling, and I don't mean to cut you off, Nerdy. You could hop in whenever you want. I'm sorry. Last thing I want to say, at least before Nerdy goes, is in this day and age, I think that AEW would be a lot better served to not deny reality to try to make a point. We all know what's going on. Loose lips sink ships. Your people are talking. Just use it. Just fucking use it.
Take it a step further. He comes out. He says, CM Punk is the reason I left. But when he comes out, he's carrying a big pane of real glass. And he comes out with the glass. Everywhere he goes in the backstage segment, he's carrying around real glass. And maybe somebody tries to jump him, and he uses it, and he beats people up with the real glass. I think you lean all the way into
he's
that
just
shit.
carrying around a mirror. He's like Mark Jindrak back in 2004 when Teddy Long was managing him. He's just like, yeah, look at the perfect body, look at the perfect specimen, and he's just like, look at me, Here's my real glass.
I think they should just go all the way into it. Like, what's stopping him from coming out to the ring with a fucking AJ Lee blow-up doll and like just going into it? Like, how about you? And the issue that we've had with AEW for well over a year now is that there is genuine, I'll say circumstance. I don't even want to say heat because we ain't even finna act like we back there and we just seen it to be like, no, they don't like each other. But it gets disseminated to the fans, this information, and they do nothing with it. They just have it lingering in the background. WWE, to all of the naysayers and everybody that would like to shit on them and critique them, and a lot of it's well deserved. If there is something that is tangibly bubbling, while they may not speak on it exactly and directly, they will use it.
They'll use a hidden reference. Yeah, right. They'll use like a hidden reference, but very rarely would they do it consistently. They'll like take little jabs here and there. But again, they're not focused on AEW at all. Even though they're aware of what they're doing, they're not focused on that, which has always been their MO, especially when younger talent were going to WWE from WCW back in the day, because all WCW was focused on was getting already marquee stars that were made their name in WWE or elsewhere. And WWE just says, okay, we'll just take your young talent, give them a bigger platform, give them better character development, and make them into stars that you lack thereof. So, you know, that's just the way it went.
Would you agree with this? Because I've always had this problem with AEW. A lot of their on-screen talent since this company's inception has been guys that have left WWE. Now, the reason that I'm saying that
not all of them.
No, I'm saying a lot of them, not all of them. But the reason that I'm saying that is because of the majority of them that have left. When they left WWE television, they weren't in good standing anyway. We were tired of seeing them anyway. What the fuck is making anybody think that putting them in new trunks with a new name and a new theme song is going to change the same old product? Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Why?
Here's why.
Would you think that would work?
So Tony Khan, just like Nick Khan now, because it's not Vince anymore, all they're caring about is who they can secure contractually. It's not even a matter of what they do with them creatively. It's literally a game of chess when it comes to talent and contracts. AEW and WWE alike know that if they have contractual wrestlers, no matter if they had some skin in the game, whether they're brand new or they're the most sought after talent coming out of, let's say, another sport, they are going to go after them because they want to secure as many contracts for as many years for a maximum amount of money as possible. But I would argue that WWE in many ways has more money and more security and more of a brand of a name than AEW has, even though the AEW has been making big strides here and there since their inception. But again, AEW isn't able, and we even said this when they started, that they're not going to be a financial competition with WWE on any level, although that they can be the alternative. But again, I heard a podcaster said this not too long ago, where that AEW went from being the alternative, now it's just another wrestling company that just happens to have former WWE talent and other talent alike. So again, it's all about contracts, and when 2024 is going to be an interesting year for a lot of different people going here and there. And again, it's great.
But you know what, Mustafa? Another thing that I'm starting to learn, though, and AEW is trending downward for sure. And listen, I was a big AEW guy. I loved it. I was all in with it, and I was so into it. We all know this. But they're trending downward, and here's the thing. Edge going over there has shown me now that, like, it's not about the superstar that goes there. It's the company itself that feels down, because you could put anybody could go over there, and it won't be that big a deal because right now there's just not a lot of interest regardless. Because look at the interest when Edge went over there. I mean, it was a little bit interesting, like, this is weird. But then after that, you're like, oh, okay, back to whatever. Although arguably Edge and Christian probably have one of the most interesting things going over there, except for MJF.
That is probably the most important feud outside of what MJF is doing currently right now. That's probably the second biggest feud and talked about story arc that's happening right now in the company. And the fact that they have a Saturday night show, which in a lot of ways can conflict with the Saturday night pay-per-views that they have or PLEs that WWE has, it almost makes it as if there was a bit of a distraction and not even a good one, despite the fact that it's 2 hours and the whole inception of creating it was for Punk. Now they're stuck with that contract of having that second show for a while now. So if they can't even get it together on Wednesday nights, it's going to be even more difficult to do it on Saturdays moving forward, even for Fridays for Rampage, which in the beginning was okay, but it ended up becoming like Sunday Night Heat, which as good as it got the first time around, it just deflated really quickly.
And think about it, like y'all both just said, one of the most interesting things that they have on television right now is Edge and Christian, two 20-year veterans probably the most professionally trained, like actually, I guess you could say, accomplished and decorated wrestlers that they have on the roster. That's not
One's a
fucking
Hall of
coincidence.
Famer. One's a Hall of Famer, and the other one has won world titles in almost every promotion in America that are like major promotions I'm talking about.
That's not a coincidence, dog. But you also can't build a new company with old stars. AEW is doing something that we've never seen any other wrestling company do, and that's go this far without having a legitimate, natural, homegrown talent. And I know everybody will say, "Oh, MJF or Wardlow." Oh, no, those guys were other places first.
No, wait a minute. Wait a second. No. MJF is pretty much homegrown in AEW. He's got to be.
No, he's not.
Okay, where was he? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
He was in MLW. He was elsewhere, but
no, wait a minute. No, get the fuck out of here. Wait a second. I'm not going to let this go. Bro. I'm not letting this go. That was Mustafa. I'm not talking about you, Mustafa. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about what he just said. I don't. You're fine, Mustafa. What Jay Menace just said was nuts. This motherfucker has been on like Grimm's Toy Show, MLW, and something else that all equaled about 80,000 or less people in views. He is made in AEW. Like I know that he did well all the other places, and he's been cutting promos for years that are pretty good, and he's been pretty decent here or there in the indies and whatever else. But I mean, bro. I mean, so Darby Allin has been places too. It's can you do it on the big stage in a new company? No, most people didn't know who MJF was, and most people, 90% of the viewers didn't know who MJF was and didn't know who Darby Allin was.
Luchasaurus is the same way. Even though he was in Lucha Underground, more people know him from AEW than he ever was in
I would
Lucha
argue
Underground.
more people know who Luchasaurus is than MJF because of Lucha Underground.
But that's literally my point. What I'm saying is, I'm talking about somebody who has never been seen on any company's television but AEW. Because when you talk about that, then you got your Nick Waynes and your fucking
Sky Blue. I mean, you can talk about the women too. I mean, there's Sky Blue, Red Velvet, a few other different people.
I don't know, dude. When you talk about AEW's homegrown talent, I count Darby Allin as a homegrown talent. I count MJF as a homegrown talent. I count Jungle Boy as a homegrown talent.
Dr. Britt Baker, DMD. I mean,
even
homegrown talent.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are all homegrown talents. Although Britt had some matches in WWE, but you know what I mean. These are homegrown for the most. You could argue that Britt was one of the least of those homegrown talents, but she also is a homegrown talent.
I understand what y'all saying. We're putting like a spin on the actual definition of homegrown talent. I'm talking about somebody who has been brought into the company, not seen on television, trained through this company.
MJF.
Okay, so boom. But
wait, did you say trained through the company?
Yes. I'm talking about like some power plant, some NXT shit. Like,
so you're not talking about someone brought in who's been. You're talking about people who were created and trained. I mean, that's a different. That's really. I know that that's really homegrown, but I mean, what I'm saying is, I'm not. We're talking about two different things. Then, homegrown talent could be somebody that you train from never trained before to now they're on the show. I'm talking about people who have. Being seen really for the first time by a TV audience on a regular basis. Nobody really knows who they are, and they're being seen for the first time. MJF, he counts. I gotta believe.
But Joe, the other reason I'm saying that is that a lot of people that have seen MJF on MLW, a lot of people that have seen Britt Baker in WWE, they're the same people watching the damn show. They're not bringing in new fans.
But I'm telling you that whatever Britt Baker did anywhere has never been seen even close to, put it like Jay White, right? Jay White is in AEW, and Jay White has been in a bigger place than Britt, MJF, and Darby all were when they started at AEW. And even Jay White, that means that only 300,000 people have seen Jay White for the most part. So 300
in the majority sense, as average,
right?
Yeah.
So only 30% of your audience really has watched Jay White before. So even he, who I would not consider really a homegrown talent because he's already been around the world with New Japan stuff, has only been seen by 30% of the audience. So it's like, for sure, MJF to me is somebody who they created or they got over in their company. Anybody who got over for the first time somewhere, like really, like in front of more than a couple 100,000 people or something like that. We're really obviously we're nitpicking
that's totally different.
It's just that those are the guys. If you want to talk about who's done this, anyway, whatever. I don't know.
Oh yeah, dude.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Well, Joe, let's bring this up then, because we kind of talked about it earlier before, and that we kind of talked about it last night. The CM Punk promo that we heard last night. I'll take it from here as far as like, I understand why people were like, "Oh, PG Punk," or he didn't, drop off. I wasn't expecting him burying, where he once was, or anybody in particular where he once was at all, because as WWE is focused on what they're doing. They're not focused on what AEW is doing creatively, despite the fact that they know what's already going on because they got people over at WWE who watch what they do, and vice versa. I felt that the promo was rushed. I felt that he deserved more time on the stick, but I also felt like what else could he have said other than what he said? But there are a lot of people online and even here that are saying they didn't believe a damn thing that he said based upon how it didn't come across. What are your thoughts on it? I know you kind of already alluded to it, but like, has there been any, after, 24-hour period, anything new about it that you want to, kind of like, look towards, or, anything that you might have missed that you want to talk about?
I just want to jerk off a little bit, if that's cool.
Yeah, that's what you want to do. I'm assuming. Yeah, Joe just took a pee break again.
Yeah, dude.
But
somebody sent me something. I'm watching it to see what it is.
Gosh.
Hey,
we're gonna call this episode ADHD.
Joe, did you see
Yeah, we should call it that.
On Instagram though, because that shit, Joe, you were right all along. Have y'all seen that Ryback video on Instagram, dog?
Ryback.
Oh yeah, him making out with Shrek or whatever that is.
Yeah, it's horrible.
And I seen that. All I could do was say Joe is a fucking prophet. He has been saying it for years. Ryback, you touch little boys, I believe. I'm sorry.
Dude, how about a lot of people really, some of those Ryback fans were like, "You're such a fucking loser. Ryback's real and you're a piece of shit," and all this stuff. I'm like, dude, Ryback is like, honestly, I think Ryback's a lot like me. I'm not even kidding. Like I said I was going to give myself an enema, but then I had some weird way out of it. I was being goofy. Ryback is the same thing. So for Ryback to pretend he's some amazing person over everybody, bro, I think Ryback watched my show and was like, I'm going to do that now. I'm going to do that now.
Joe,
I think Ryback is a little bit of all of us.
At least you can admit that you're weird. Ryback is a freaking narcissistic psychopath.
That's the difference. That is the difference.
Agreed.
Everybody's at one point wanted to fucking clothesline a fat chick into a pool. I don't think,
bro, he's hilarious.
Shell shock.
He's hilarious, but the fact that he takes himself so seriously, though, when he's such a funny person, it's like, are you watching the same human being that I'm watching, and you're him? It's like, I know I'm ridiculous and kind of a weirdo fuck, but it's like this guy really thinks he's amazing, and whatever else. It's very strange. But anyway,
is gonna confirm it right now. Ryback is paying that bitch in their videos. I have no proof of it.
Oh yeah.
Thumbs up. You heard it here first. Ryback is paying for
money.
Pussy.
Also, that 100%. Shit, that chase stuff never happened. Like I said, it's all it's a work.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is a work based on this community and my community with the stalking and the doxing and the swatters and everything. That's what it is. He watched all that and he's like, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that too. That's what he said. Whoa!
Monetize that.
Oh shit! Oh my God, D. Wells with a deep throat dick bomb! Oh my God, he saved the show!
$150, buy me a mask. Would you please buy me a mask? Buy me a mask. I can ask. Buy me a mask from Tommy NC, and I'm gonna monetize that. Buy me a mask. 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 Some pyroclastic flow. Don't like blacks. Pyroclastic flow. Don't like blacks. Ask me that. Ask me this. Monetize that. Monetize that. Can I get a mask from Tommy NC? I'm fat. Can I get a mask? Can I get a mask? Can I get a mask?
Chris Benoit!
Let's kick this shit up a couple notches.
Whoa.
Time to break out the alcohol, Joe. Alright, Ghost, your turn. And Matt Kern, you bitch.
Yeah, Chris Benoit. I'm gonna kill myself. I would. You know what? I'm Ryback. I would kill my family, but I don't have one.
Oh, okay,
Jesus.
Ryback. Oh my God, Ryback.
And that's why Ryback will never be you, dog. That's why he always hating, because he know as much shit as he talk, as much money as he made, as much as he tried to belittle you as a person and say all this bullshit, he does not have a woman
Think positive, bro.
that will just
you gotta
suck
think
his
positive.
dick
I
because he
told
wants
him.
to. Yeah,
I told him to
Ryback.
think positive, but then he's constantly he's trying to make fun of me, and then I'm gonna steal his gimmick, and I'm gonna lie on the internet, and I'm just gonna say that CM Punk, and he comes back, I'm gonna fire myself, or I'm gonna retire, but yet I'm gonna lie, and I'm gonna be a narcissist.
And I'm gonna suck my own dick off. That's what I'm gonna do.
Finish it.
Oh, D. Wells!
Oh,
yeah!
Step up, you in the next one. The kill, the demon, what the thing that you will.
That's well.
That's D. Wells. Come on, he's dropping the bomb. He's dropping the bomb. He's dropping the bomb. It's like the fucking D. Wells.
D. Wells dropping $150. Put that shit up on the board because that is the top donation of the stream. Holy shit. I think, I got to be honest. I think D. Welsh just saved the show for a little bit. We're about to get out of here, and D. Welsh with a $150 bomb. Now we can't go. I mean, that's just, we got to stay on, baby. And we got to bring on Garguts, who's
naked. Garguts is naked. Fuck you. What's up? Wake the fuck up, Garguts. Wake the fuck up. You got to wake up. Motherfucking wake up. You got to wake up. Motherfucking wake up. You got to wake up. Motherfucking wake up. Got to wake up.
All right, I'm sorry. I lost my mind. Yo, Garguts, you right? Bro, I loved it. I loved it forever when you're on this show. There's just no furniture. There's no nothing in that place. And there's just a lowly guitar in the background as always. It's like a signature.
It's got no furniture but a guitar. That's awesome.
Sit on me. I'm a Fender.
My furniture's in the other room.
Yeah, sure it is. Okay.
This is another
Okay.
Y'all can see Garguts? I can't see him.
Is that what you call your
Can't see 'em?
relatives' furniture?
Yeah. Yeah, I just lay on them.
Man, yo, D. Welsh, thank you so much, Welsh. $150, bro. There was like no donations for an hour and 20 minutes. And D. Welsh stepped up and laid a fucking nuke on this bitch. Thank God for D. Welsh. I was like, whoa, this show sucks. D. Welsh saving it. But no.
Well, thanks, Joe.
What else? Well, I mean, what else can we say about wrestling, I guess, that we haven't said? I mean, I've said a lot.
I brought up Punk. I just brought up Punk a second ago as far as like any thoughts, even though you already given them, but like anything new in terms of what he said in the promo, because there are a lot of people that are talking crap that it wasn't a great promo, that PG Punk was trending and the whole nine. I mean, again, what else can you do other than what he did? Besides not marrying the company that he was just with.
Well, I told you what you could do. I already said it. I already gave my promo. It was better, in my opinion. I just think he was getting at what I wanted him to get at, and he didn't get at it the way I would have done it. And I never usually say that. Usually when I see CM Punk, I think, wow, I could never have done that. Or, wow, that was great. I wouldn't have done better. That was awesome. But this was a time where I thought, man, I would have said all this sort of stuff about everywhere else was cool for a minute. But in the end, I saw it's not what I really loved. And I had more ears here happy than I've had anywhere else happy. And for that, that sort of thing. So, because that would have been very honest and like, oh, wow. Because, what are you going to say? Like, you hated this company, but now you're back and you did the other places. Yeah, but those lasted even less as long as this. So I would have just told,
Yeah, so-
I would have told the truth and said, yeah, it was fun not having a job for a while. Yeah, it was fun in the UFC for a few minutes. Yeah, it was fun, watching hockey
So you
games.
just wanted him to acknowledge his past.
Yeah, I
basically
want him to
the 10
acknowledge
years
all the
he was
stuff he
away.
did and that he had a good time
Right.
doing it for a short period of time, but nothing, but in the end, he had the longest run in WWE and had the most time. So basically what it does is it destroys that perception that's out there that, oh my God, he hates WWE and WWE is the evil, mean person and all these other places were better and great, but something bad happened so he had to leave. No, it shows you and is provable and is true that he had some fun flings at all these little other things that he did along the way, but in the end, he lasted the longest and had the most happiness with two things. AJ Lee, who he's still with, and by the way, she says hi, and WWE, that I was in for over 10 years. And there is nothing as satisfying as climbing the rungs of the WWE like I did over those years. And they say absence makes the heart grow fonder, and that is 100% true. And I'm back and blah, blah, blah. And that would have been a promo. And then I said that there maybe could have been a couple people. He could have then said, and listen, there's always the yin and the yang. A lot of people love me and they want to give me hugs, and there's a big reunion and it's a beautiful thing, and I'm happy to be welcomed back to the family. And some people aren't happy that I'm here. And you know what? If anybody can see why I shouldn't be here, let them speak now. And then I would have had a couple people come out, and then he kicked their ass and got back in the ring, and I thought it would have been really fun.
Like Triple H and Kurt Angle at the Garden, like when Triple H came back in 2002. Like I get that, and again, I felt that they played it maybe a little too safe, but then I also have the idea that maybe, just maybe, they want to really milk this, and I'm talking about WWE in general. They really want to milk this where they don't want to give a lot so soon. But that's what everybody was expecting, a whole lot so soon. So it's going to come off lukewarm as it did. And I had a feeling it would, but I'm also not shocked that it didn't. So again, we're going to have weeks to build whatever it is that they're going to build. And they're already rumoring that, they're going to have Punk and Reigns go at it. I'm like, dude, not before Mania. This is no way. Like, if you're going to have him and Seth, that's one thing. But after Mania, maybe. But that's if they want to send them to SmackDown or whatever they want to do. So again, I don't know what's going to happen within the next 6 months, but I at least know that something is going to happen. Whether
Oh, I know what's going to happen. I heard a little birdie telling me something.
What'd he tell you?
And
holy shit, you could.
He's gonna get the strap eventually in like 6 months.
The World Heavyweight Title strap.
Yeah, that's what they're going for.
Okay.
That's what the birdie told you?
Yep.
How do you have connections I don't have?
Certain guy that we call Uncle.
Are they pigeons? Do they send you notes?
And
you been talking
I just no.
Your relatives
just
like janitors or
somebody that we
something?
know. No, well, so my co-host Chino, he's in the business, so he knows all these people that are up there.
And you guys never hit me up with info ever? What the fuck?
And so he's on all the booking meetings, is what you're saying.
I just found out about this literally 2 days ago.
And now you just gave up your source.
Well, not really.
Man,
we're gonna find Tito, and we're gonna.
I didn't give up the source. I
work.
gave up who told me. I didn't give up the source.
Okay.
But what I wanted to say as well, that will go to
You're full of shit, Gargas. That's what I'm gonna say.
Oh,
not full of shit.
Oh,
not. Go here.
Go ahead, Gargas. My bad.
No, go for it.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say real quick to Rastafa's question. To me, this struck a lot of like, okay, say for example, I know this is gonna be a weird example, but say you've been with a bitch for like 10 years, right? And y'all just not seeing eye to eye, and you kind of like dip out, you doing your own thing, you like, I want something new. You go fuck with the new bitches, you go have a good time. But there's something that's missing. There's some like comfortability. There's some home. There's some like shit you used to that you're just not getting from the other shorties, and you end up making your way back to your ex. Now you can't just hop back in exactly how it was when you left. We can't just have CM Punk gone after 10 years coming back in like a ball of fire. But what you do is you reset that ground, and I think that's
they already kind of did. They already kind of did a Survivor Series because, you know, based upon what the reports have been saying, and again, I'm not necessarily saying that they're all true, but the idea that the talent who were in the main event in War Games were kind of all told, okay, Punk is back. And the fact that Seth is a businessman and Punk also as well, and Seth was milking that as far as, you know, which I still believe is a work, where he's got so upset he's doing this and that. That's just to set up the program between him and Punk. So now they're going to have these little jabs here and there, but they're going to do a huge program by just building this up for weeks until finally they're going to have the face-off. When will that face-off be? I have no idea, but I know for a fact that if they are going to go the way I think they're going to go, my gut's telling me that we're going to get Punk and Rollins at Mania for the World Heavyweight title.
Yep. You might have indigestion.
Who's going to win? I have no idea. I don't necessarily think it would be Punk, at least at this point. But who knows? Things could change, and if the fans really want it, and if the company really wants that, you know, and Punk wins, I mean, that'd be interesting. But he's got to really, just like Cody, got to really prove it to the fans that this is not just something, you know, he's just coming back to and he's not prepared for, especially if the fact that he's on thin ice right now, which everybody, and there's a lot of people online that are expecting him to fail again and just screw it all up again. So who knows, man? Again,
I don't think he'll screw it up in WWE because it's just it's too organized in WWE. You know,
it's corporate. It's a corporate entity that has so many sponsors and advertisers that are relying on them to really, you know, constantly keep, you know, dishing out, like, you know, all this great, which is great content, but then also a lot of these great business deals that they've been making, including with Saudi and various other different networks and stuff. So there's a consistency there.
It's not even that. It's literally how the companies run backstage. I don't care about Saudi and all these other things. It's not the business corporate outside the thing. It's the backstage accountability. It's the backstage accountability. AEW doesn't have it. WWE does. Yeah, will CM Punk get annoyed and bored with it after maybe a couple of years? Probably, but it won't turn into a fucking massacre like AEW.
Well, to Punk's credit, he did directly tell Vince and Triple H what he thought at the time and what he was feeling. So he at least went to brass at Raw that night, you know, after Royal Rumble, and gave his mind. Unlike everything that went out in public, which is what he did. He didn't have to do that, but the fact that things weren't getting done the way they were supposed to be done weeks prior to that press scrum goes to show that everything that's going on that's wrong with AEW from an internal standpoint. So the fact that Punk kept on saying, Tony, fix this, or EVPs fix this, and it doesn't get fixed, well, that just goes to show that apparently these guys, they only know how to run, they couldn't even run a target, as Punk said, and then he's dealing with children.
Agreed. So here's an interesting question for the panel, and I would really love you guys' thoughts on this, especially Joe, because he's an excellent fantasy booker. What do you do if you're booking WWE knowing that you have damn near legitimately 4 top baby faces? And 2 years ago, we were like, Roman has nobody to face. You got Cody, you got LA Knight, you got Punk, you got Jey Uso. What are we doing going forward?
I'm trying to make sure we have an even playing field of players. Like we've got 8 heels, 8 faces, and we can start creating that, you know.
And legit heels, by the way. Legit heels that people really want to boo, and not tweeners where it's cool to cheer the heel, you know?
And honestly, at that point, there's plenty to work with on the men's side. The next thing you got to do is start getting the women back together the right way, because they're a mess.
Yeah.
So
look, I think I'm not gonna lie. Y'all know how I am. I'm a big Bailey fan, and it's not just because of the buns, bro. Like a babyface turn with her is gonna do her a lot of good. I think that's gonna shake the division up quite a bit. I'm not gonna hold y'all. I might just be being optimistic, but I think that would help out a lot, honestly.
Tony Storm right now, as far as being in AEW, is probably the only legit women's star and character that I can get behind, that is always entertaining to watch, but it's must-see TV whenever she's on, despite the fact that in the beginning we didn't understand the character, but then when she finally did that promo where she threw the shoe, everything just fell into place.
But again, that's crazy.
That's because she knows who she is as a character, and she knows who she wants to be going forward creatively. A lot of the other women don't. And I don't care if you can put on a 5-star match at this point, because most of these athletes can put on 4 or 5-star matches any given day of the week. That's not the problem. The problem is story arc, compelling story arc that I get attached to the characters and want to see where their development goes. And that's been the biggest issue with AEW. Honestly, even during the pandemic, where everything was dark and everybody was in the same situation as far as what are they going to do about crowd, they did what they could creatively, even though that their backs were against the wall, and were the leading example of what to do creatively. However, though, they lost a lot of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were still talking.
No. It's okay. I was just finishing my thought by saying, like,
You were sorry. I didn't know when to jump in.
No, I'm just finishing up my comment by saying that AEW slipped behind, dude. There's literally right now they're sprinting and they're not running a marathon as they should be. But go ahead, brother. Talk.
Oh, you're good, man. No, 100%. AEW. Joe said it before. I mean, he summed it up perfect. They're not alpha. Tony Khan's a beta bitch, and it's coming from a lesbian, that tells you a lot.
Well, you have long hair, bro.
Yeah, exactly. PE coach, a lesbian, is what I identify as right now. Yeah, it's sad, but you know what? CM Punk's making me watch Raw again. They better not blow it. If they fuck it up next week, I'm not watching Raw anymore again.
Well, let me ask you this. In what ways would WWE screw up your ideal CM Punk comeback? In what sense? Just as an idea.
CM Punk comes out next week and says the same shit. I'm home. That's how they.
I don't think that's gonna happen. I think they're gonna start moving forward.
I didn't think they were just gonna do that last week, but they did it. They did it on Monday.
I mean, last week we didn't even know if Punk was actually. At least we didn't know if Punk was even going to be here, even though it was heavily rumored. And I was very pessimistic about it, as much as other people were. But
Punk
we'll see what happens. I mean, again, he's only been back for what, 3 days? So let's figure out what they're going to do with him as time goes on, because now it's must-see TV for at least Monday Night Raw. For SmackDown,
they'll probably have him come back. They'll probably have him come back in a pay-per-view and wrestle, and then the next day he'll be back in 8 years, 9 years. He'll be back on Raw to wrestle. No,
I'll say he'll be in the Rumble.
Randy,
I will.
It makes sense. What you're talking about makes sense, but they are advertising his comeback like he is the god, because he is the draw and the god. You can't say, well, he's gonna argue with somebody on Monday. I'm not gonna stay tuned for 4 weeks to watch him argue with somebody. I want to see him in a job.
That's kind of wrestling nowadays, though, dog. Like I ain't even trying to be funny. Like that's kind of where we at.
Oh, how long did Randy Orton wait before he started wrestling?
Shit, he's ready to go.
That's okay. So your point makes no sense. I literally just debunked it with a wrestler who is not even half as notorious as CM Punk.
I don't agree with that either. But I mean, I
guess they're on the same show.
But my point is that Randy Orton didn't need a month. So where are we getting this lie that wrestlers, superstars need a month before they can?
Well, I mean, Randy Orton also been off of TV for like a year and a half, though. So,
well, no, you're right. You're right on that. You're right on that. But
ironically, 3 minutes. Let's take that point. Randy Orton hasn't been on TV for a year and a half. CM Punk has. So the irony is that CM Punk should be wrestling the next match, because he's not as rusty as Randy Orton is. With your own logic.
No, agree. But the consensus, especially I would think, in people that would know what they're doing, would be Randy has been off TV with a injury. Let's continue to show people who maybe didn't pay for the premium live event that he can still go, because it does nobody any good to hype Randy Orton being back, and then he gets in the ring and can't do shit.
Dude, the reason why they put him in that match was because, yes, they want to obviously feature him physically, but Randy didn't do that much, if you remember watching that match, because remember, they're still trying to not necessarily hide the fact that he was been injured for a year and a half, but they want to kind of, take it slow with him, because he did have a major, injury that I believe, double spinal surgery, whatever the terminology was. Like, they're trying to take it easy with him coming back in a scenario where it was, again, PLE.
I couldn't disagree more. You know why? Because if they were doing that, they would do what they did with CM Punk. I'm home. It's been
but
it's been a
CM
year
Punk
and a half
didn't
since
wrestle,
I've been
though.
injured.
Randy did.
I've been training. I've been doing this. I've been doing that, and I'm glad to be back.
It's a different program they're trying to run with Randy Orton and compared to CM Punk because Randy
Nobody's
Orton.
arguing that they're supposed to be the same. My point is that your arguments for why CM Punk isn't wrestling are mute because literally Randy Orton is doing
Randy
exactly
Randy Orton got thrusted into a feud, and CM Punk just got thrust into the WWE. He's got nobody to fucking feud with. Tomorrow or next week, maybe he'll start a feud. Maybe the next week they'll do something, but or maybe that week, surprisingly. But I don't think that they're gonna do anything anytime soon.
You
until,
asked
like,
me
a
what would
pay-per-view.
keep me watching. I told you CM Punk in a jobber match. Prove that he's still got the chops for WWE. What I'm saying isn't out of the realm of possibility.
That is true.
Logically.
Dude, CM Punk made Bullfrog call the show. You know what I mean?
Any jobber.
Did
Throw out a local guy.
Wait,
Nobody. Throw out a nobody. Who cares?
nerdy. With who? And you said a local jobber? Okay, wait. Okay, let's stay there.
A nobody.
CM Punk. What does that do?
It well, it's for storyline purposes. It shows that CM Punk has action, and then you can have somebody interrupt. You can have somebody interfere. Somebody jump him after the match. Anything other than him coming out on the mic and just talking and maybe calling out Seth Rollins, who can't even wrestle him because he's got to get the belt off himself. It's stupid.
But that's also like a logical leap. That's a logical leap fallacy in what we call in the debate world. You're coming to an assumption based off of what is presented in front of you and assuming that's going to be the case. We can't say that as that being a fact. I understand your point of logic and I see where you're going with it. And do I even disagree with you? No, because I mean, we talked about it on Saturday night. That looks like it's where it's going. But what I'm asking you is you're saying you would have wanted CM Punk to be in action, to get in the ring and show his chops. Okay, everybody that's excited has been following CM Punk. We know he can still wrestle. Now, we may have a question on whether he can wrestle and not get hurt. That's up for debate. But what we're not questioning necessarily is his ability to talk and his ability to get in the ring and wrestle. We know those things. So putting him in the ring with a jobber does nothing. Putting him in a meaningless match in his first night back on Raw in 10 years does nothing. I understand what you're saying, but I need you to think about it a little bit more. Go ahead, Gargats.
I'm questioning where'd your hair go?
Where are the dreadlocks, bro?
It's under this condom on my head.
But
I got them
with
twisted
CM
on
Punk,
Saturday, bro. I'm trying to look like I'm straight out the penitentiary.
hell yeah. Well, CM Punk, if he interferes in the Jey Uso Seth Rollins match, this is my prediction. This would suffice. If Jey Uso and Seth Rollins go at it 1-on-1, CM Punk interferes, makes Seth Rollins lose, costs him the belt. That's a reason for those two to feud, and that's a progressionist storyline that I would accept. If it's not that, go ahead.
No. Please finish your thought. Please finish your thought.
If Seth loses and then CM Punk just comes out and his music hits and he stands at the ramp, gay. I don't want to watch that. I don't want to even see Punk unless he throws a punch. I don't want to see Punk unless he throws a punch.
That's what I thought. That's why I'm saying they should have done that last night. They should have had those guys came out with problems with him, and it's almost showing you that there's some kind of problem in the locker room with some people, and it's like that's fun. I thought that's what they were definitely going to do, and it seemed like it, and maybe they still are going to do it, but they should have gotten right into it the other night and gone somewhere with all of this right away. Can't believe they didn't do it.
That was what I was about to say. Thank you for that, Joe, because while we could build up to CM Punk coming in and interfering in a match, it would do further and go further for a storyline with Seth Rollins because we seen him flick him off. All we have to do on Monday is them do a backstage thing where Seth Rollins is walking up and then you have CM Punk come in from the other side of the camera and they just stare each other down. Now, y'all are saying...
Did you hear what I said at the opening of the show?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so really quickly, I said that I would have after he cut that good promo, anybody in the back got a problem with it, come on out and tell me. And somebody does come out, no music. and it's like a a lower end guy, somebody we haven't seen in a while, maybe jobber type, and he goes, "Yeah, I was supposed to have a match tonight on Raw. I waited 3 months, and here you are. They told me I wasn't wrestling tonight after I won this match in Louisville, this match in this place in a house show, and I finally have a match tonight that could get me like in some kind of position on Raw, and here you are. Oh yeah, well come down and do something about it." The guy comes down, he GTS's the guy. Same thing, another guy comes out, whatever. GTS is the guy. Then he gets back in the ring, and then he's like, okay, well, blah, blah, blah. And then that's when Seth Rollins' music could have hit, and then Seth could have come, and then he could have done what Nerdy didn't want, which he stands there at the hallway or whatever, and they go off the air. Or the security comes out and holds him back. But at least now they've done that on the camera for real now after they did the other side. And that would have been a cliffhanger for next week. But they didn't do that.
I think you could replace the jobber with Triple H, and Triple H.
What?
Seth saving Triple H because Seth was Triple H's fucking apprentice. Remember?
No, because I think the
pedigree.
I think the crowd would pop if this shithead came out to be like, I'm gonna tell CM Punk off, and then Punk GTS is the guy. So
wait, I have a perfect way to blend all of this, but then kind of continue with the continuity they set up. What if Shinsuke came out there and was just babbling nonsense? Like, we couldn't even understand him, and he just, like, spiritedly, like, yelling at CM Punk, and it's like, oh, okay. So now we finally got this little dynamic, because they have been teasing it. I mean, really?
Hey, I'd be about it.
Well, and I thought Shinsuke should have pulled, I said this on the show the other night, I thought Shinsuke should have pulled Cody under the ring, and we don't know who is doing this. And then Cody should have come back out of the ring, trying to get out from underneath the ring, covered in the mist over his face and his eyes, and he's all jacked up, and we don't know who just pulled him under the ring. And that's now that's like, well, what's going to happen with that? What was that? We'll find out next week. What's going to happen with Punk and what's going on here with him and Seth? We'll find out next week. But at least there was these addresses of things and question marks. Instead, it's just like, oh, it's Shinsuke. Here's the answer. Oh, okay. And CM Punk cuts random promo thing, I guess. And now next week, what is he doing next week? I don't know. So you really fell flat on this. This Raw fell flat in many ways.
True.
I can't believe they're using the red. They're calling it blood red mist. Red mist.
The blood mist. The period blood.
Yeah.
Oh my God! The period all over him.
He bit his lip and just spit on him.
He was going down on Dewdrop.
Ew.
By God, go down and give him head. He gave him head.
By God.
I got piss.
I just think that I think that when somebody's coming back, like, this isn't 2014 anymore. First night somebody's back, there does not be wow, that's the ethnic side coming out. There does not need to be an immediate match first night opening Raw showcasing the skills. We know what CM Punk can do. And again, this goes back to my point with AEW earlier. The same people are watching, dog. Like, I mean, we not finna act like they not. So with that being said, I think that honestly, CM Punk coming out and even potentially under-delivering to the people that were expecting something is a good thing, because now just in the human psychology, there is a temperance of the expectations that would have been there, whereas they were up here. He just came out there and did that. Now it's like super low. So anything that he does going forward is going to be better than that. And I think that was the goal, instead of trying to go out and knock it out week one and having to follow that for weeks to come, because that's way harder to do than building up.
This motherfucker's been fired more than George Jetson. We'll see how long he lasts, but I'm willing to fucking give it a chance.
Because, I mean, what else are we going to do? Like, just as the fans watching and perceiving it and talking about it, what else are we going to do besides see what happens? You know what I mean? Like, of course, the speculation, that's what we're here for. This is what we do. But, Nerdy.
Oh, what happened to Nerdy? The fuck? He's like, yeah,
we some trailer park trashing him up. You know, I mean, come on now.
He went to go find his girl. Lay some pipe down. What's up, Gargus?
Nah, man, you're just like, yeah, man, where'd your hair go, bro? I thought that was funny.
Now,
No,
now I did tell my girl to cut it off a bit just so it could be a little bit more even. But nah, it's still here though. You know?
Just off the tip. Just off the tip.
Yeah,
Right?
I told her like because I had some dreads that were going all the way down my damn back, and then some that were like babies. So we combining. You know, we coming back. We coming back. You know what I'm saying? We gonna do something.
Always cut the babies off. Always leave it alone.
When's your rap album drop?
I don't rap anymore.
What?
Yeah, he puts that reggae music out. Everybody's gonna be happy and hungry after you hear that.
I ain't gonna lie. Like once I got me a job that paid me on salary, I was like, well, I can do everything that I wanted to do with the rap shit and do it legally. So yeah.
You
and
told
plus,
me
I mean,
you were coming out with a rap album a long time ago.
It's like the whole rap community is filled with a bunch of pedophiles and shit and sexual predators and deviants.
This is true.
I ain't got time. I ain't got time. Like
This is
if
true,
we being
especially in
honest,
LA. Especially in LA, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. Like to me, I not to toot my own horn, and I mean I could send it to y'all, I could show y'all, we can play it on the show now. I'm pretty fucking talented when it comes to the rap shit. I refuse to give genuine effort and talent to shit that only promotes like child promiscuity and like the killing of my people. If you notice, like all these gangster rappers only talk about shooting other black people. You ain't never heard them say like, I'm gonna pull up on Wall Street and hit them with the silencer like that because you're gonna go to jail. Nobody gives a damn if you kill somebody that look like me, but you go kill somebody that look like Joe, you're gonna be on the news. That's just what it is.
You ever thought about going into metal then?
Nah, because I can't walk through the airport with it, so why make music with it?
Heavy metal, bro. Heavy metal.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Do you not know how heavy this 50 caliber is? Like that whole will.
Oh my lord, Gargut, save me!
Some
Save
hardcore
me,
music.
Gargut.
Some hardcore.
I'm just talking shit with y'all. I do enjoy it though. I really do. Like I enjoy it. I don't think I don't have that. What's the voice like Joe was doing earlier? Like that grunge. Like
You mean the death metal voice?
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't do that.
Well, first of all, if you
do that nowadays,
you know, hey Gargut, should I turn him on to Metalocalypse?
Oh,
no, I know.
shit,
I Metalocalypse. Yeah. That's William Murderface. That's my guy.
20 years. Something came outside your.
There's other bands that they'll do a little bit of both, but there's other bands out there that just like do like straight up hip hop all the way through in there.
Like not even new metal, not even quite new metal, because new metal it took on a whole nother thing after like its primal status in America at the time. Like nowadays is like you try to do something rap metal. I mean nowadays everybody's trying to combine like metal with trap. And by the way, I am not a lover of trap. I like straight rap, straight hip hop. And again, it's not even the beat that bothers me. It's the fact that there's a lot of cats that just mumble rap, or if they're going to talk about something, they never get off the same subject. It's always the same thing. There are other things that you could talk about, and that's, again, there are very few rappers that I will listen to right now. Like, for example, even though Chance the Rapper doesn't do it anymore, I'd still listen to him. But I would listen to, Kendrick Lamar, J. Cole, Flawless Talk, like all these, like, again, people that have something to say. Like, if you got something to say, I'll tolerate you. You don't, and you constantly talk about the same thing over and over again, I'm going to disown you quick.
There is some trap metal that I listen to here and there, and it's weird, but they don't go past one song that everything sounds the same. So just to have that little genre and like sprinkle it in your genre and like mixed genres, that's what I like to do.
And also, if you notice, have you noticed that a lot of the rappers these days are basically taking samples from samples of samples?
Of course.
You ever notice that? Oh my gosh. It's always the same producer. It's always the same producers.
Hold on. Fucking Method Man first did that. Back in Wu-Tang. And nobody.
Yeah,
nobody
but Method Man's he's a talented rapper. Like we not like that's what Mustafa was saying. We're not talking about him.
But like he would take lyrics from
like, for example, like Method Man and Wu-Tang and all those guys, they only sample something
he's
once,
like,
and then everybody after them,
He's like, I got that bag of weed. That's a fucking Beatles song.
No, I know that, but he only sampled that one time while everybody else just, sampled what was in the 90s. and all that stuff. And that's what we're talking about, the sampling of samples.
He like made
That, yeah.
he put in his lyrics. So he put
But
like
that, but what
4 or 5
Rastapa is
songs.
talking about taking,
Oh.
like, yes, he's using a sample,
Samples.
but he's taking that and then creating another piece of art with that. It's a
Oh,
whole
okay, like
different
what
thing.
Drake did with like that.
No,
Too
no,
Sexy.
no. Because all Drake does is just Drake is a recycler. He doesn't take something and make something different. He recycles it.
I'll grant Drake this. He's a decent lyricist, but when it comes to the melody and when it comes to the the beat, there's nothing original about it other than just as Jay just said, like it's just a recycling of the same sort of kind of beat, the same sort of melody. And granted, like he's a great live performer. He's a great live performer, but the melody is just crap. And again, I can't take it seriously unless if you like, for example,
Mustafa, did
you'll
you
have
say
a lot of
granite? Did you say granite or granted?
Granted. Basically, if you think a lot of rock bands, what they do is like they'll go on YouTube and they'll sample or they'll basically redo a rap track, right? And they'll make it more plausible than the original version. Or like, for example, somebody sent me a metal version of Harry Styles' As It Was. And dude, I will listen to that more so than the Harry Styles version, because it just the melody's stronger and the context is stronger, and it's not even a matter of the genre; it's the attitude, it's the effort,
texture,
the belief. Yeah, exactly. There's more to use in those textures than sometimes the original recording. That's why I was a huge fan of covers of when people would do covers of songs. That it would like, for example, my favorite cover of all time, and maybe people don't know this, Joe Cocker's With a Little Help from My Friends, like the Wonder Years theme song. That one slaps. It's 6/8 time. It's waltz time, which is a Ray Charles's sort of kind of trait than the original Beatles track. Do you know what I'm saying? So like that's I'll always usually
6/8.
Yeah. Oh, dude, there's so many great covers that are so distinctive and different that the original didn't have. And not trying to say that all covers are better than the original. Like, for example, Limp Bizkit's version of Behind Blue Eyes is an insult. It's just everything music. But that we all know that. So, there's not an argument there. But all I'm saying is rap really needs a reboot when it comes to melody and and even harmony too. Because I miss a lot of great chorus singers on certain choruses on certain rap tracks.
I'm not gonna lie, like I may be taking a very harsh stance on this. I think rap needs to die. I don't think
I'm down to hear this. I
don't think that rap and hip hop has done anything for the black community but promote violence and drugs and sex and
capitalism.
Yes, and all of those things personally only affect my community. Like, again, I must stress to the people that's out there listening, when you listen to these rappers, when they're talking about shooting and fucking and doing drugs or selling drugs, who are they doing it to? It's people that look like me. It's people that look like Rastapa. Yeah, sure, they may sell drugs in the barrio somewhere. They may sell drugs at the corner store with the enunciation to let you know that there's some white people that frequent it. Sure, but when you're talking about the actual community destruction that goes on, these people are 30-year-old men that get famous so they can fly fucking 15 and 16-year-old girls out and do what they want to them. This is not new. This will not stop. This has been going on since the beginning of hip hop, which is why me personally, as good as I may be, and that's not even me, I'm saying it now, but that, like, regardless of all of like the contests I won, all the radio shows I've been on, all the shit I've done, none of that matters to me, because the one thing that I am trying not to do is be a detriment to my community. And where does that start? That starts with yourself. So, just me personally, I can't do it.
Dude, I was at a show at KRS-One headline not too long ago. Not too long ago, I saw KRS-One, and he is, again, he's an OG, but despite the fact that he's an OG, he lives his truth. And matter of fact, the album a few years ago that came out, I think it was Time Out of, I don't know, what was it? Something Time Out of Mind or State of Mind, State of Mind or whatever it was. And he was, I think he was doing one of the singles off that. And not one time during the show that he was doing that he just spoke regularly. He just kept on rhyming and rapping. And he was basically trying to tell the MCs that if you can't even do it on the fly live, what makes you think I'm going to be able to take you seriously in the studio on the wax? Because ultimately, I'm interacting with you in real time. And by the way, you notice how a lot of rappers, especially young rappers, will constantly use a backing track and they're singing along or rapping along with their own voice.
I fucking
Dude,
hate that so
I
much,
cannot dude, I didn't come to pay to watch you sing along or rap along with your track with already your voice on it. I want to hear you. I want to hear you can keep your voice on the chorus if you want, or you can have a hype man that can sing the chorus for you.
I used to play with in a trap metal band, and I remember the first time we started playing, the singer wanted to use this fucking backtracking vocal because he was fucked up, and I was just like, no. So it fucked us all up, and I hated that. I hated that since the beginning. I was like,
I will walk out. To this day, I will walk out of a performance if a rapper's doing that.
We made all your original fucking music for the raps, and then you want to use the backtracking. Like, what the fuck are we gonna do? Like, fuck you.
There you go, dude. And that's the other part of it too. Like, to me, I use this platform to try to wake my community up as much as I can. A lot of the shit that we have seen has been this, what I call microwave entrepreneurship. I feel like the greatest lie that has ever been sold to not even just the Black community, all of our communities, is this microwave entrepreneurship. This, oh, you can make one song and change your life. Yeah, while that might be true for some people, that completely eliminates the hard work and dedication of everything else. There is nothing wrong with having a 9-to-5. There is nothing wrong with doing normal shit. The problem is that people want to live outside of their means, so they want to do some extra shit to have the money that they want to do.
And it's funny you mentioned that, because it's like by the time let's say they make a lot of money or they do whatever they do, they still feel empty because they know that there's something missing. And that's not because whatever you buy is going to fulfill you, or whoever you're going to screw is going to fulfill you. And, and ironically, this is the 50th year of hip hop, right? This is the 50th year that hip hop was technically considered born. And we're at a point right now where on the top of the charts, on the hip hop charts or on the Billboard charts, we got a bunch of songs talking about, like, women saying, like, look how, sweater, look at how my twat drips or this and that. It's like, dude, I'm not about that at all. I hate that.
Pussy.
Yeah, like, dude,
you got Sexy Red coming out. You got fucking
dude, all that stuff. I hate it.
I want to know when the fuck did girl rappers become more black metal than black metal artists? Because all I see is demonic shit, especially in that new Doja Cat fucking video. She's talking about like she recites a fucking a ritual to fucking make her famous. That's the fucking intro of her fucking song. I'm like, dude, this is way more fucking metal than any fucking metal band I've seen.
But Gardner, that happened when the music business converted to streaming. Because nowadays, if you really look at it, all of these rappers that's popping, that's got like popping social medias, getting hundreds of millions of views on YouTube, when they put out tangible music, physical music for people to go buy, they're selling 30, 40,000 copies. And because you make music, Rastapa, because you make music, when we were growing up, that is a fucking dud. That means you suck, period. There's no way around.
Remember, now it's all changed now, because it's all about streams. And even if you could sell physical copies, you're barely... Well, because again, people, the way that you would make money making music these days is by just touring and playing live a lot. And by doing so, you can also, record your shows live, and you can make them accessible, or MP3 or MP4, whatever you want to use as your format to sell that. That's one thing. But even nowadays, people are just bringing their phones and just recording whatever they want to record, so that the way they could take that home with them. But that was already started back in the 80s, when at least record sales were still predominantly, the talk of everything. And people try to control bootlegging and stuff like that, but it was already too late. And then by the time streaming came in, it was really too late because now nobody was able to constantly make records and being able to make money off that. And when that happened, it pretty much killed the business. That's why,
like, what was the last time? When was the last time you owned a fucking physical media copy of a record?
Oh no, dude! I buy vinyl all the time, or I'll buy a CD that is not in print and streaming wise any day of the week. Like there's an
Brand new.
album.
Like say you want to go out and you want to get the newest. I don't know,
like if J. Cole came out with an album all the way through, because I'm an album guy. If J. Cole came out with an album right now, where all the way through every single song that I wouldn't have to skip was a complete banger, I'd absolutely buy that album right off the shelf immediately. Because again, as an album, I care about every single song on the record, just a few, or not just 90%.
It's so easy to make a damn record that you basically just hit record now and it just sounds great with all the new plugins and everything. You can record in a closet, still sound great. It's just lyrics. I feel like
it depends though. It depends also on the quality.
Albums, a lot of these you just said it right now though, like they're not coming out with bangers, they're just coming out with fucking shit and they're fillers. Then you'll have like these fucking songs that are badass.
Well, this is what the new format is. You put out a single like every 2 or 3 months, whatever it is, or in some cases for artists that are constantly putting out content like maybe once a month. Then all of a sudden by the end of the year you have an album, and that's not a good album. Because conceptually, there's no theme. If you're just constantly creating singles that have nothing to do with one another, it's not a proper album. And again, people are going to say,
a lot of new people that have been listening to him, like even with metal bands, I'm like, they don't have an album. They're just putting out, it's like it's been like 8 months between their songs. They still don't have an album.
That's right, or even just an EP. Too. Even if this is a small 5 or 6 song EP, that's fine. But for example, like Ringo Starr, out of all people, constantly puts out EPs, and they're great. You know what I mean? They may not be like in the top 40 of the Billboard chart. Like let's say for example, the Beatles track that just came out, or the Stones, for that matter. Anything.
You just said Ringo Starr out of left field is great,
dude. Ringo has been putting out bangers for a minute now. A lot of people sleep on him. It's just because he's just a drummer. No, dude, he's got great songs. Dude, I'll even listen to freaking who's the band that I was just about to reference? Freaking
like too that plays right-handed.
Yeah, but Jason Newsted, for example, I'll listen to, when he puts out something new, or I'll listen to and I can't, not Judas Priest. I was thinking of somebody else, but like anybody, even from when I was growing up, if they put out something new, I'll listen to it.
With like some new shit. I mean, Rush.
Yeah, like I'll listen to it once. It doesn't necessarily matter the genre for me.
They're gonna have so Geddy Lee and
yeah, they're thinking about coming back together with Rush. Yeah, without Neil Peart, unfortunately, God bless his soul. But it depends. I mean, again, and I remember even when the Stones album came out, everybody was just like, oh, this, people were naysaying it right off the bat. It came out, and that thing is amazing. And that one track with all 5 of the original members, or at least not original members because Ronnie Wood's there, that track's great. I mean, I love that track. And even people saying that this is not a strong album, it's a great album. People just don't know what the heck they're talking about anymore. And again, I listen to mostly all the genres I can get, my hands on. Recently they were thinking about putting out another, there's this jazz trio that I listen to every once in a while, and they had not put out an album for like 5 years. And mainly because they had a bit of a breakup, but then they kind of got back together after like maybe 4 years or whatever. So
I'm just dying laughing. Like, you listen to jazz? No.
Dude, I listen to everything, dude.
No, I know.
Dude, I'm very
like, you were African, bro. You have to listen to jazz.
Whoa, dude! You realize that jazz came from black people, right?
Yes, African.
You said African, dude. Don't give me that crap.
So you know how it all started, right? Because this dude went across the fucking seas. This is stupid. And he listened to basically the drums, the tribal drums, Coming back, and he made ragtime. Well, then ragtime turns into jazz, eventually, and blues because.
Well, no, jazz comes from blues. Jazz comes from the blues.
So no, ragtime though. Ragtime comes from ragtime. Everything comes from ragtime. It's weird. I don't know. I fucking went into all this fucking stupid music theory shit and took these stupid classes and read these stupid books. It was
jazz and show music are pretty much similar. I mean, show music basically what was going to go on Broadway eventually with all the classics sort of kind of like, again, ragtime, but then also various elements of classical music that got in there as well. But for me, the blues is pretty much essential to everything modern as far as modern music goes. Without the blues, we barely have anything pop oriented going on right now.
Seriously, like the blues is the one that fucking gave you the soul, it gave you R&B, it gave you, gave you Dimebag Darrell shredding on the guitar.
Dude, Dimebag Darrell is such a bluesy, metal guy. It's not even funny. Like, there's a lot of the European sort of kind of new wave of British heavy metal bands that had a lot of blues, but they had a various amounts of classical elements too. Even with the playing. But funny enough, Black Sabbath, a lot of jazz elements. Many people don't know that, especially on the first record. There's a lot of jazzy moments even in the rhythm section. Again, the drum and
with your
drums and the bass are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my God, great dynamics.
They walk that bass plenty of times, and you get But I'd say that that was a lot of classic rock too. But they were the first ones to start putting into with distortion and all that shit. Loved it. Well, one of the first.
Yeah, I gotta address the chat real quick. I gotta address the chat real quick. They're all saying, "Oh, this is a 360-degree change from what we were talking about earlier." I'm like, dude, this is not just a wrestling. Yes, we're talking about wrestling here and there, but there's other things that we can also talk about besides just wrestling. And by the way, anybody can chime in on the chat roll. Hey, let's talk about such and such. Let's do that. We're open to that too, guys. So
everybody was actually liking it because I'm looking back at it.
Yeah,
they were saying
there's other people that are digging this too.
Oh wait,
yeah, right. Yeah. Or Steve-O's rap album was hard, whatever. But but
Steve-O had a rap album. It wasn't ICP? One of the dudes from ICP, Violent J, in it.
Something like that. Yeah, Macho Man had a rap album. If you can remember that, you remember that the Macho Man rap album.
The Macho Man rap album. There's a lot of celebrities that have rap albums that I kind of dig.
If there's a fair use version out there on YouTube, Joe needs to play it.
What, Macho Man?
Let me play it right now.
Oh,
I think I found
he's
it.
talking about
Let me
Hogan?
play it for you. Here it is, guys. I found it.
Was that it? Was that the Stephanie McMahon rap? I'm gonna wrap it up, Stephanie.
Snap into it, Stephanie.
Slip it to her, Slim Jims.
Oh God.
Oh. No, but surprised that Joe, you didn't chime in on this fucking music. You're like, fuck.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yo, dude, why aren't you?
I was like, Joe,
this,
you
man?
play drums.
You've
been playing music forever.
Play a bit of guitar yourself.
Damn.
And
is that all you play, Mustafa?
No, I play other things. I'm all over the place. I got guitars. Play a little bit of bass, percussion, harmonica, lap steel guitar, sitar, vocals, obviously.
Oh, you play the sitar?
Yeah, I have an electric sitar. Yeah, I barely use it just because, basically as a guitar player, all you got to do is just plug in one of those sitar, kind of boxes and just, press the box and you automatically got the sound. But
you have more to work with too.
Yeah, and again, I try not to use too many pedals. I actually love using my Helix, my Line 6 Helix, which has pretty much everything in the memory bank. So anything that I need on command, I have it.
You got a fucking Helix? What do you play? Goddamn. Because you got to be playing more than that fucking protest songs.
I play everything, dude. And by the way, I don't just play or write protest songs. It's just basically a subject that I wanted to talk about. No different from anything else.
6-7. Thanks for subbing to the channel, man. What's up?
Oh,
how you doing?
Oh,
He's trying to fix my shit. I'm
Ooh.
almost done.
What happened? You fucked up.
Super.
My
Did you
mixer
drop the
out.
ball again there, Sean?
Hope there's Randy Viper.
What about hentai Mustafa?
Ooh, hentai Mustafa.
Pretty cool, actually. I dig him.
Oh,
I dig him.
Randy Viper
No.
wants getting a little personal.
Dig him. I think he meant hentai, like the anime.
Oh, the anime.
What
No.
did you hear?
No, dude. I thought it was an Asian rapper that I knew for whatever. I don't know why I put two and two together. No, I
Like
don't
tie
mind
my
it. As
shoe.
far as tying my shoe. No, I know I dig the anime. I like it. I've been going back to a lot of old school anime that I used to watch. I don't know what it is. It's like almost every couple of years I go back to like watching Blood Plus, or I'll watch Initial D, or like some of the original anime that I like grew up on, just because that's what got me into anime. And
He's talking about
you know,
anime porn. Oh my god, are you not? Are you that much of a virgin?
no, dude, I watch anime. I just don't watch explicit crap that is just like useless. I don't watch it.
I was like,
I'm
you
just trying to get
never-
around. I'm trying to get around the stupidity of people. Basically, is what I'm trying to do. But anyway,
But that was fucking hilarious. What about hentai? You thought it was an Asian rapper?
hentai,
Oh, my
hentai.
name
No,
is-
there actually are, dude. The
My
amount
name
of
is
Asian
hentai.
rappers.
I like pad thai.
There's a lot of Asian rappers that allegedly been using like a lot of like explicit stuff just to describe who they are.
I can suck your dick 5 times.
Oh my lord.
Put it in my bunghole.
Nah, that's copyright infringement. That's gimmick
Bunghole
infringement.
goes in there.
Yo,
Play
you
with my
see,
snake.
what are you talking about? I think he's lost it. Did you get high tonight?
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
Are you
Mixer's all fucked
drinking?
up.
Are you drinking and driving?
Are you
I should be drinking
operating
tonight.
heavy machinery?
I should be drinking a lot.
Why is that?
You should be.
Yeah, just to be reckless, you know, be crazy.
I mean, you can.
Why?
Because it's ridiculous to be that way.
Just for the sake of it.
I could just imagine Joe showing up like on a Bad Santa when he starts punching the fucking reindeer.
Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah. He starts punching fucking reindeer.
Yeah, he has a shovel. He has a snow shovel in one hand and a bottle of Jack in the other.
Yeah. Joey's home.
Oh my god.
Here's Joey.
How much you want to bet somebody in the chat's gonna be like, yeah, I'm an artist. Let me draw that. Let me send it to Joe. Oh man.
No, just have him busted in through the door like he's in a what's that movie? Fucking Jack Nicholson. The hotel.
The Shining?
Yes. God damn it. I was gonna say something totally different. Yeah. Have him busted in, put Joe's face on there with a bottle of liquor. Be great.
Yeah. But I guess, you know, I mean, I guess going back with wrestling, I guess if that's what people want to talk about. I mean, I don't know, man. It's just like with AEW, it's just becoming like a bit of a lost cause for me. Like, again, I'll still support and watch the product, but it's like if you don't get a turnaround within like the next like number of weeks going into next year, there's really going to be more of a decline of their audience.
So I was saying like other home you know, homegrown talent that they have. I mean, they did do the Jade Cargill thing. They did the Hook thing. Hook's been great. I mean,
They've been very careful with Hook, which in a lot of ways is great. But now coming into 2024, they're going to really do more with him, because the first like year and a half with Hook, all they've been doing is
put
just
him on
trying
the
to
back
like
burner for a second, you know.
Yeah, like
He's
they made
definitely
him.
on
They
the back
made him.
burner.
You know, again, made him the champion. You know, the FTW champion, and he's been associated with a couple other different people. But is he going to finally win a title going forward, or you know, what are they going to do with him as far as a major story? Developing his character more, because remember, he doesn't talk. You know, he's like Sabu in ECW. He doesn't talk. So what are you going to do for him moving forward in a major program that's going to really put him on the map? Other stars you know, that are trying to be on the come up, or they're at least trying to insert more so on TV. You know, how are they gonna, you know,
Probably-
relate to the audience and vice versa?
Probably just
And
have
also,
him have a manager and just go with that for the next.
I mean, you could, but I mean, you could, but I mean, again, are you going to turn him heel? Which I think would be refreshing.
Was he honestly even a heel? He was like kind of a tweener. He was just a badass.
He was a bit of a tweener, but I mean, he was still getting, you know, some negative reactions, but for all the right reasons. And then when he finally turned babyface, it's just because the send hook catchphrase, when that started coming in, it just put him over. So now he's at a point where he's just teaming up with the best friends, you know, here and there, and it's cool, but it's like eventually you want to get out of that and you want to be on your own and be taken seriously as a contender for, let's say, maybe the TNT title or something, you know. And then of course Warlow, you know, I mean, you know, very little bits been done with. It's stop and start with him, obviously. Same thing with Powerhouse Hobbs.
Lance Archer too. I've never seen anything come out of that guy. That's great.
And isn't it a shame with him too?
Maybe a few matches in like Dynamite, and that's it. But nothing that's gone beyond that.
The last major program I saw him in was with Hangman, and even that was not that great. You know, I mean, when they had that no DQ match or the lights out match, whatever it is that they had, oh my God, it was tough to really get through.
What do they call him? Killer Hawk or something? He calls him something stupid.
Yeah, the Murder Hawk.
Murder Hawk. Yeah. But
there's a lot of work to be done. And granted, and most, you know, some people, if they're, you know, if I was speaking to somebody in AEW, some of the people were like, oh, well, you know, some of our roster got injured or plans changed and this and that. It still doesn't defeat the purpose that, you know, you can turn this around, especially from a crowd attendance point of view, because as we notice from various accounts from people that are physically at the shows, that there's just a lot of taped off seating. They're barely selling out any of these venues.
I will let you know when I go see them on I think it's like in three or 4 weeks.
Oh, they're coming to Texas?
Yep.
So you're actually going to physically be there?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, definitely. And don't just take a photo the beginning of the show or towards the end of the show, like mid-show or like just, you know, right before the 9 o'clock hour,
dude,
because that's prime time.
Yeah, prime time. I'll do it for Power Hour. That's basically literally like we could only buy beer for that first hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dork Knight has joined us. What's going on, bro? Are you behaving yourself? Is your mic working? Is your camera working? I guess not. Oh well. You know, I mean, yeah, that'd be really cool if you could definitely, you know, get some good shots or whatever, or depending on where you're going to be, you know, sitting at and whatever you can get with your camera as far as the, you know, quality and all that.
I'm gonna try my best to be on the floor.
That'd be awesome. Are you gonna be camera side or where the camera's actually at?
No, I usually like production side because I get to look back behind me and be like, holy fuck, that's how they do it. Because I've been I've done production for fucking wrestling, and this fucking production is fucking over the top. So I just like to fucking be around that. But,
ladies and gentlemen, he's here. It's working, I think. Let's see. Does the microphone work?
But
hello there.
It works.
Woohoo!
But yeah, what up, Dork? But yeah, I'll be there and hoping for floor seats. I usually get them after the box office closes because they're cheaper.
Where are you going? I just joined.
AEW Dynamite.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Apparently, it's coming to Texas in a few weeks.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, apparently, I believe AEW is also coming to the Prudential Center at the beginning of January. I may go. I probably won't. I wasn't even planning on even being in the States because apparently I got to do some stuff, you know, overseas again, but don't know yet. So, hey, we're just talking about this Dork Night. Where basically AEW turning everything around in terms of attendance and also in terms of engaging characters and storylines that people can get, you know, to get behind. And because honestly, we're seeing less and less people going to the shows very slowly. And would the alternative be them going just to smaller arenas or just keeping the show small in general, kind of like an Impact Wrestling is right now?
So if they start doing what Impact does, because I've been to one of the places Impact goes to is the Sam's Casino here in Vegas, and Sam's Town, I mean, and they, it's super small, and I've never paid once to go there, so I assume they comp a lot of tickets, and it's always packed, so it looks better. They have a smaller thing packed, kind of like the NXT, whatever that is. But I think if they start doing that type of thing, that's AEW admitting that they're not really the number 2 company. They're not really competition. But fuck them, man. Like, Tony Khan is an idiot. He does I don't even watch AEW anymore, guys. And now that Punk is back in WWE, oh God.
So basically the momentum is pretty much shift in WWE's favor over the past year, because again, it's not even just for the fact that Punk is there, but it's just something happened. I think even before the press scrum last year, I think when Cody left, a lot of momentum kind of shifted. And a lot of the wind went WWE's way, especially when Triple H grabbed hold of the creative. Yeah, and I think a lot of that also has to do with these fucktards. Everybody knows I can't stand the Cucamonga clowns, the fucking Hardley boys. What are they? The Young Bucks. I can't fucking stand those guys. I have way too much to say. Did you guys hear QT Marshall quit AEW? Oh yeah, that's old news. We know about that. Yeah.
Okay.
But if you want to talk about it, that's fine.
No, I don't want to talk about it. I just think I found that fascinating that he quit.
QT Marshall quit a long time ago.
Well, I just found out
it's recently that the news just came out. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And then but here's something that I don't know if you guys watch Busted Open or listen to Busted Open at all. I'm a huge.
Wide open.
I do.
Where's that girl?
Yeah. So did you hear the episode drop? Yeah, this morning, I think, where they were talking to Mick Foley about.
Yes, I did get the clip of it. Somebody actually sent it to me.
Yeah, and I tell you, man, like, Mick Foley was spot on. If you haven't seen it yet, guys, there's no need for me to recap it. It's out there. It's busted.
So basically,
open.
Mick Foley saying that, it's a marathon, not a sprint when it comes to, not just AEW, but even more so with Punk. And I think, and Mick is one of the most, for people that always give Mick Foley crap, he's one of the most intelligent people to ever grace us in the business. I mean, just look at his track record with him being a best-selling author. He wrote everything himself. He didn't need a ghostwriter. He also is just extremely funny.
It's funny because the guy couldn't even fucking remember where his house was after so many fucking concussions. And he fucking writes this shit. I was like, dude, once he hit that head, I guarantee you he could play like classical piano. He could fucking write like an author.
Yeah. You just get struck by lightning, and all of a sudden he's just like the greatest rock star of all time.
Right?
Yeah.
Seriously. So
but I guess the point I wanted to get to that Mick Foley made, that is why I think WWE is doing so much better, is he was making a point about long-term storytelling. That's something that frustrated him when he and Bubba or Bully now were in TNA. Is that, like, the example he used was he thought the MMA Jeff Jarrett angle was gold, but it was done in 6 weeks. Whereas he can watch, one episode a month or every other month of SmackDown, and he still understands what's going on with the storyline, because like Triple H is doing long-term storytelling, like with the Bloodline and Judgment Day.
Well, that's the thing, and it wasn't there. It wasn't there 10 years ago.
Right? No.
It wasn't there. And again, many people are going to say, "Oh, that's Vince," or "That was just Vince." It wasn't just Vince. If you really pull the curtain back, it really wasn't just Vince. It's everybody that said yes to Vince. Yes, man. And even Vince McMahon himself doesn't like yes, man. But yet, if the wind goes his way, no matter what mood he's in, whatever day that it's in, if he says go right, you go right. If he goes left, you go left.
Well, then we're all like in our 40s, right? Am I right or wrong about that?
I'm in my early 30s.
Oh, my bad.
Like, do we not count like Bruno San Martino? Or is that like too out of reach?
No. It was, well, the comparison
But
Mick
I know
Foley
what you're
made
saying.
that
I know
I
what you're saying, what
loved
he was saying, but I'm saying like,
was
is that too out of reach for like if that's
Jake
too much?
Roberts and
Roberts
Rick
as well.
Rude. No, because that storyline went on for a year and a half in the 80s.
Right.
There was, and that was the example he was
Because they were
giving.
building Rude up.
Bruno San
They were-
Martino wasn't he fucking champion for 16 fucking
No,
years?
but Gargas, that's not that's not what we're referencing. Rick Rude.
We're talking about stories. Yeah.
Yeah. Rick Rude was being built for a year and a half before they got the Jake the Snake Roberts, right? And that one moment where Rude goes over to Roberts' wife Cheryl and does the whole deal, and then Jake comes out of the locker room ready to kick his butt, and the fact that he looked the part, he looked like he got out of the shower.
Oh
He
my
wasn't
God.
dressed in his gear. It looked like a shoot, right?
I don't know if you can see. I literally have goosebumps just from you describing it because I remember watching that shit as a kid, man. That's why I was asking you guys about your age because y'all weren't even born then.
Oh no, I remember because dude, I watch old school clips and I watch old school TV shows based on what happened before me before I got into wrestling and before I was born. But those are the storylines that I love so much because again, it had a purpose. And unfortunately, the longest storyline, at least in the modern era, that I can at least bring up consistently is Roman Reigns in the Bloodline. Not the Shield, not this, not that. Even though those elements are there, the longest and most enduring storyline we have are the Bloodline. And look at what that.
And in second is Judgment Day. If you think about it, it really is.
Yeah. In Judgment Day, but I'm just saying more so in the sense where look at what the Bloodline did, not just for themselves, but everybody that they worked with after that. How everything trickled down after that storyline was already presented. And remember, that storyline was developing even as they were, trying to figure out what was going to come next. So everything was not planned. Everything just happened. So that was awesome.
Did you read the Sports Illustrated article? I want to say it came out today where they were talking about Punk's plans. Like somehow this guy at Sports Illustrated claims he's got inside knowledge. So they're going to do the whole Seth Punk thing, and then after that, after Roman loses the title, it's going to be a big Seth Roman feud with Paul Heyman screwing over.
Wait, Seth and Roman or Punk and Roman?
I'm sorry, Punk and I misspoke. Punk and Roman were gosh, it's a Sports Illustrated article, but basically the guy claims that Heyman's going to turn on Roman, and they're going to attempt a double turn to make Roman face as a non-champion and turn Punk heel because he's going to align with Heyman. I don't know if there's any truth to that, but that was in Sports Illustrated.
I would say that with Roman, everything has to crumble around him, right? Like I think by WrestleMania that it's mainly going to be Roman without any bloodline. Basically, it's just going to be him taking on Cody, him losing the title because everybody is left. Because remember, Cody said in the promo, "You want to know what's going to happen? Jay's going to leave you. Then Jimmy's going to leave you. Then, Solo's going to leave. It's going to be."
Roman did fucking allude to how long this story is going to take. And he said they're barely entering the third chapter.
Oh, no, that's Paul Heyman that said that. Paul Heyman said that in the panel. And I do believe, I do believe
and I
that.
think he's going to go on a little bit longer.
No, well, I mean, you can stretch this.
He's not going to
if,
take it right away.
If he loses to Cody at WrestleMania and Punk loses to Seth at WrestleMania, which I think is if that's what the rumor mills got, night one's going to be finally Punk getting his main event,
right.
Night one of WrestleMania, taking on Seth for the title, but he's going to lose to help put to solidify Seth as this, because they're really trying to make this new championship feel like something.
It's funny that you mention that. It's funny that you mention this. Punk versus Seth in Mania, Punk going under, Seth going over.
Yeah.
Punk doesn't need a title to verify his main event status, right?
Not at all.
And here's the funny thing. Even if Punk did main event against Cena, even if Punk main event against Cena at WrestleMania 29 and he lost, I don't think he would have mind doing the honors for Cena.
Not at all. Point. I agree. Yeah, I agree.
And Punk,
he just wanted the spot. He just wanted the main event marquee spot. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And I don't. Would it be ironic that the meeting that either Nick Khan and Punk had, which they probably didn't even talk about this at all, but just the idea that, hey, you know, Punk's like, hey, you know what? I want to get the main event that I never got. I want to get because remember, Triple H can't wrestle anymore. So who is the one guy that Triple H kind of made like his next guy?
Yeah, exactly.
Uses the pedigree, is
Yeah.
considered the
This
best
is
in
what I
the
was saying
business.
earlier. It'd be great if fucking they you know, puts Triple H in that fucking doing a spot like you remember when I'm gonna kill.
Dude, the man's got a pacemaker or
I'm gonna kill him, John.
he's got an internal defibrillator. I don't want.
Well,
Triple H doing anything.
Hold on. It'll be like what Seth Rollins did with Edge. Remember, he's like, I'm gonna kill him, John, and he was gonna snap his neck or something. And then John comes out there.
Oh yeah. But before
so
Edge came back,
what if CM Punk's like, I'm gonna use the pedigree on him, and then Seth Rollins comes out.
Can you imagine if Punk loses to the pedigree in the finish?
Hey,
can you imagine?
Look, I would love to imagine. I'd love to imagine it.
And then it started with the pedigree, and then it ends with the pedigree. The whole feud.
That would be ironic as heck.
Man, that's called poetry, man.
Right? No, it's called good storytelling. That's the type of shit in wrestling I love, and I think Punk would do it. I guarantee you. I mean, I don't know. I can't say I guarantee, but I bet dollars of donuts that meeting that the hour-long phone call that Punk had with Triple H, he was like, "Look, I'll put anybody over. Just give me what I want." Like Batista said, just like that's. I just want to I just give me that main event at WrestleMania. I don't care if I lose. You know, I'll put your boy over. You can interfere. You can do whatever. You know, it can be clean. I don't care.
Did you hear that, Paul? That's the sound of me drinking eggs. Oh,
and that's the thing too, with Punk going under and Seth going over. Again, it's going to be a phenomenal match for all the right reasons, right? And Punk coming back, Philadelphia, largest crowd, potentially, because at this point WrestleMania is already technically sold out, even though it's not sold out.
Dude, over 71 million. Like Punk. It's crazy to me that people don't think he's a needle mover.
How many times did you watch that on YouTube, motherfucker?
More, dude.
A lot.
Me? Yeah, probably 50. You know, like I'm not exaggerating.
I watched it on the
And this is worldwide, by the way.
I wonder how much
we're not just talking in the States.
Yeah, but remember what was the big deal with 50 million hits and with The Rock, and now CM Punk comes in. CM Punk. Not The Rock, not Steve Austin, not Hulk Hogan, CM Punk.
Not Shawn Michaels, not Triple H.
Right. Yeah, that's fucking crazy, man.
It should be me, son of a bitch.
Oh, that's good. That was good.
This is and check this out, Dork Knight. And this is something that people have been kind of talking about and speculating that if Punk were to come back, the amount of matches that he could have literally in a calendar year is insane. Just like when Edge went to AEW that first time, and basically it's like the amount of matches he could have. Bro, we get Seth and Punk. We can get Roman and Punk. We can get LA Knight and
LA Knight and Punk, Grayson Waller and Punk, The Miz and Punk, there's every
Gunther and Punk. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah.
And here's the thing that people have been talking about, which again, I'm not trying to put it out there saying, oh, this is going to happen or like it will happen. But the idea that if they really wanted to, if WWE really wanted to for a future WrestleMania, Punk and Austin.
Dude, I know that Joe doesn't like this chick, that Denise Salsato chick. She was talking about
I don't like her either at all.
Well, that was her take. Like somebody asked her on her show, like, what was her dream Punk match now that he's back? She was like Punk in Austin. You know?
And there's nothing wrong with that, but again, Steve would want to, in his mind, would want to have to do it. Like, if nobody else can make that decision but Austin, that's in Austin's court. And the fact that he even came back to wrestle Kevin in the No Holds Barred match of Mania, again, WWE knew at the time they really needed to sell out the show, and it wasn't sold out yet. And then
Yeah.
when Austin was announced,
Austin
tickets
loses.
went up enormously.
Yeah, no,
at
the
that
whole
point.
reason. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
Realistically, that would have to be 3 to 4 WrestleManias from now. Do you think Austin's going to be up for that and in shape?
No, I think it's 2 from now. I think it's 2 from
yeah.
now. I think it's only 2 from now. I think it's WrestleMania 41. I think it's feasible.
So then he won't do the Roman Reigns versus him at, WrestleMania.
I mean, again, it doesn't necessarily have to be a WrestleMania with Roman.
Doesn't have to be.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying in general, because the thing is, I'm not saying that Austin has to do it because he doesn't, because he doesn't prove anything. But that's the dream match that most. I mean, again, Austin had a dream match with Hogan, right? Because after Rock and Hogan, Austin wanted that rub. But again, that was at a time when Austin wasn't. From a creative standpoint, they really didn't do anything with him in 2002. Coming out of the invasion. But then Austin, shot himself in the foot when he went heel, because he said it was a smart decision, but it was not the best decision that I made when I went heel. Yeah. And then everything trampled up after that.
Well, I don't know.
It might be at a SummerSlam. Whatever.
It could be a SummerSlam, because they were making that a stadium show now, like WrestleMania.
Or in Saudi.
Or in Saudi's probably actually where it's most likely to happen. That's a good point.
Make more money. They will make more money in Saudi. No disrespect to WrestleMania, but I have the idea that they would make in one match in Saudi than they would in Mania, personally.
Yeah. I've been trying to say this like 5 times. Let me spit it out real quick. I went back after. Right. So after Denise was talking about that, I went back and watched. Remember that? It was like an interview where Jim Ross had promoting 2K13, WWE 2K13 with Austin and Punk. I went back and watched that, and I was like, "Holy shit! I forgot how good this has got to happen."
It was the best work shoot promo that I ever saw, as far as these two guys from different eras where they're poking the bear ever so lightly with each other. And yet it was 2K, such great content. Yeah, it was in 2K13 or 14, whatever it was.
Yeah. No, it was 13. I just watched it today. It was 2K13, yeah.
It was so funny because I remember when I first saw it, because I've only, there was the one time I saw it, but what I remember the most was JR being in the middle, and him, even though that it was a work, there was that moment where he kind of feels slightly uncomfortable. Like they're about to fight.
It felt really real. And then Punk goes to extend, he goes for the handshake at the end, and it's like, may the best man win, and then Austin's got that long delay, and he shakes his hand. He's like, oh, I will. But we never got the payoff. We never got that match.
And Austin said in interviews before that, if he had to wrestle anybody, he would wrestle Punk. And Punk said the same thing about Austin. But, funny enough, I was just going to say, Garguts, CSC in the chat basically says, what about Punk and AJ Styles? Well, AJ Styles would have to want it, because he doesn't necessarily want to do that much, these days.
Well, there's a reason why he doesn't want to do that much, because he realizes we can't go over Roman. Think about it.
It's more so, dude. He was offered a championship run, but he didn't want to do that because he wanted to spend time. Because he wanted to spend time with his family, dude. He wanted to spend time with family.
That's fine. He gets to spend time with his family, but I think that okay, he would be offered this championship run, but it's always going to get taken over by one person. So he's weighing out the differences. He's like, you know what? I'm going to spend time with my family and still get paid higher than going to beat my body up and fucking getting my championship. And
with all due respect to AJ, though, and I have all the respect in the world for him, he's not Roman. And he wouldn't be able to create the amount of appeal that Roman has been doing consistently for 3 years. No, I know that, but I'm just saying Roman now in comparison to Roman at WrestleMania 31, night and day. Because Roman in this version of Roman is the best that the WWE could have offered at that point, because now he's able to not talk like in his promos where he's like, you cream puffs and this and that, where he's actually giving legitimate context to his matches.
You're not wrong on that, but I'm saying, like, at the time when AJ Styles was getting offered this and then saying, well, eventually Roman's going to take the belt, we're going to go with Roman, but so he's like, why would I lose to this guy? So he lost to him, what? Never, right? I don't think he's ever like over a title. It was always against John Cena, and then
I don't know. All I know is the WrestleMania.
well, he had the other stupid belt that nobody cares about.
The WrestleMania. I think it was in 2013. Also, coincidentally, I don't remember which number, but it was
29.
It was 29. Okay, the one before Undertaker lost to Brock. I still to this day argue that it would have been a better use of Punk breaking the streak to build a star than
and I was there at that
Lesnar.
night, and let me just tell you, because I was there physically. I was in the cheap seats, but
nice.
when I saw that match, and you got to understand, that was the match that sucked all the air out of the room, and all the other matches after that had to follow that, like Brock and Hunter and Cena and Rock. And they had a couple buffer matches. I think they were supposed to have that 8-person tag, and they dropped it because they just didn't have enough time in the program. And I remember watching the Punk Undertaker match, and I'm like, you ain't going to follow this, guys. As hard as you guys are going to work, you're not going to follow this. And eventually Rock got injured. Brock got concussed. And Punk put on probably one of the greatest performances of his career with a guy like Taker, who at that time, even though he was only rarely coming out here and there for an appearance, bro, he can go. And it was a great story that they had, despite the fact that Paul Bearer had passed away shortly before that. So, you know, it goes to show that, you know,
it kind of they used it well, because that was like kind of, you know, that promo where Punk comes out and he's like, I just wanted to extend my condolences for not Paul Bearer, but your loss at Wrestle when Undertaker was giving tribute to Paul Bearer in the middle of the ring at like a SmackDown. And,
yeah, they did the whole ashes gimmick where the fake ashes, and you know, which again, there were some people that were like, yeah, he probably snorted them, like whatever. He doesn't do drugs. He doesn't do this and that. No.
Was there a light in that one? No, I don't think so. In the urn?
Oh, no, that was the old big urn that they never used since that time.
That stupid ass urn.
But which, by the way, allegedly Vince did that as a rib to Paul, but Paul never sold it. So he kept on polishing the urn with like this wax to keep it nice and shiny.
Yeah,
and Paul would drag
this fucking fucker's not selling shit.
Paul took it all around the airports and never sold it, so he kept using it for like another, I think, year or so, and then he got rid of it. But but Doric, going back to Punk as far as, you know, match possibilities, I mean, if everything goes the course as it should, and I'm going to say this right now, Punk being on a good behavior despite, you know, all the, you know, again, he's opinionated, but so is WWE's creative. I mean, so is Hunter. You know,
he clearly showed on Raw he can play ball. I mean, I was actually almost. At first, I was disappointed with the promo, but then the more I watched, I was like, you know what, that was smart. That was smart. I get what they're doing.
I'm going to equate this. I'm going to equate this to Star Wars Episode 7. If you catch my drift. No, I am. This is why, Garguts. When Star Wars 7 came out, right, everybody thought that J.J. Abrams was playing it safe. And was playing it too safe because it was like A New Hope, right? And yes, we eventually got 8 and 9, which, again, most of the majority of the fans and the old school fans are not about those films, 8 and 9. But number 7 set the table, right? Punk is setting the table. And as I said before, unlike AEW, WWE is a marathon run. It's not a sprint.
That's what Foley said.
Just like J.J. Abrams, though, CM Punk is a great opener. He's not a great closer. He just fucking leaves. Man. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't know what to do at the end of his career. He's just like, you know, he's like Andy from fucking Toy Story. I'm done playing.
I don't know. Well, I don't. I mean,
drops it.
I don't know, man. Don't you remember back? I think it was like 2011 when he won the title, but like supposedly didn't re-sign. He shows up at Comic-Con, talks about, I'm going to go to Ring of Honor, New Japan Pro. I'm going to hold the title up and blah, blah, you know, the WWE title. And then, you know, he re-signs and has a SummerSlam match with Cena.
Okay, but,
you know?
but yeah, that's fine and everything, but he's not a great closer. He left the fucking company.
Well, eventually.
UFC kicked him out. Fucking.
No, that was mutual because, you know.
Kicked him out.
So, well, yeah. I know Punk quit. He quit. He said
matter.
Like
he's just not a good closer.
I don't know. I disagree.
I guess I guess this
Go
will
ahead.
close out his career after he does WrestleMania, and then what's going to happen after that? We're gonna
Yeah,
fucking
well,
have,
I'm looking at it from this point of view. Even when, which many people forget that Punk said, "Oh, he left at Rumble." No, he left on Raw the next night. He went to Raw, was scheduled to do some stuff, and just had enough and had the meeting, as I stated before, with Hunter and Vince, as he stated on Colt Cabana's podcast. But I think this is actually going to be a better turnaround for him. I have a feeling that we're not going to get a random walkout or a temper tantrum or whatever, because Punk is in a different space right now. He's been married for going on almost 10 years. He is he's healthier than he was 10 years ago, especially after with the staph infection and all that stuff. And he's got some reps under his belt for being in the ring for the past
and he's got
years being with
something to
AEW.
prove. He doesn't want to
Yes.
be remembered for getting fired from AEW, fired because he did quit. He yelled at the top of his lungs. It was reported by several people, like, "Fuck you, I quit." Okay.
And then also from WWE where he walked out. So, despite the fact that he walked out and eventually got terminated, and then again had 2 counts of, negativity based upon being in AEW, now is the time to prove to himself, not to any the fans, not to the business, to himself, that he is able to take the punches despite the fact there might be things he might disagree with, but yet knowing that it's a team effort and it's going to be different now since that Vince is no longer the head of creative, which even when Moxley left, right? When Moxley left and gave his accounts on the Jericho podcast, where he basically said, he gave some detail about Vince wanted him to utter the line pooper scooper and various other different, vernacular that he did not agree with. In one case he was right, but then all of a sudden he goes to AEW, and then for a while he was just doing nothing but blading, which I wasn't all for that but I understood his point as far as him being in control of his destiny. Punk right now is in control of his destiny. Let's see what he does with it.
Yeah. So King of, I don't know if I ever say this right. King of Hueco Mundo. You want to put a little gentleman's bet on that live on the air and hold each other accountable? Like a gentleman's bet, nothing major, like $10-$20, hell, even $1, because I think he's.
Or you can fight for charity, Dork Knight. You can fight for charity.
Or that. Let me know in the chat, because I think he'll last 2 months. I give it 6 if anything happens. But he supposedly has a multi-year deal. He proved to me anyway on Monday Night Raw. He can be a company man. He can tow the company. He freaking said, "I'm home," for crying out loud.
Which, by the way, he wouldn't have said if it wasn't necessarily asked. I believe that was asked for him to say, "Dude, you're home."
Oh no, because of the press conference, Triple H even used that terminology. He said, in many ways, as cliche as it sounds, he's back home. It's been a long time coming. So like when I heard that from Triple H, I was like, okay.
Oh, dude, I said this. I'm sorry for interrupting. I just got to point this out. I said this yesterday during the live stream, where basically somebody had made a video of, remember for 3 years they played the P Diddy song, "I'm coming home, tell the world."
I fucking hate
that crap, dude. Somebody made a video. Somebody made a video of that, of Punk saying he would never come back to the company, and then 7 years later he comes back to AEW, but then he gets lost over there, but then he comes back to WWE. They made that into a video.
I saw this
That's
video,
hilarious.
and it was him going to AEW, and he was saying, 2008 I left professional wrestling. 2021 I came back to professional wrestling.
Yeah, that was his first
2 years later. Yeah, 2 years later.
2 years later, he's going to sports entertainment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the SpongeBob thing, 2 years later.
He's like I'm back, and then now he's saying I'm home.
Anyways, Jordan, what were you just about to say?
Well, I was just curious. So somebody I didn't even notice the title. Somebody in the chat brought Daniel Price.
Title?
No, Daniel Price brought up. So I just saw Bryan Danielson got CM Punk fired. I guess I missed that. What was that? Because Daniel was just saying.
So they're accusing Danielson of firing Punk because he was part of the committee and basically said that he had the final decision before he went to Tony Khan. Again, I'm not putting heat on Bryan. at all, because again, if anybody's going to make a decision that both the locker room and the top brass respect, I would go with Daniel. And I'm not saying that to be cringe.
I find that bullshit because unless Daniel has had a fucking change of heart, but this is why CM Punk left. Daniel Bryan was white hot, and he was pushing for.
Wait, so you're thinking that this was
Bryan.
a personal vendetta by Bryan?
No. Daniel Bryan was white hot, dude. And no. Triple H didn't want Daniel Bryan to fucking win, but CM Punk was pushing for him for 2014 Royal Rumble. And was it 2014 or 2013?
Yeah, it was 2014. And in the meeting, Punk was basically going, I don't understand why Bryan is not on top of your plans, because he's getting all this reaction, right?
And he's like, dude, he's white hot right now. Like what? And he said that in the Colt Cabana podcast. So I think that he left because they didn't want to do that. So I think
it wasn't that specific reason.
It wasn't that, but they weren't listening. He's like, nobody's gonna fucking listen to what's best for business and all that shit. So whatever he fucking said on Colt Cabana, but he was pushing for Bryan.
Yeah, I remember, and Punk was also pushing for himself, because remember, 3 years prior, he was working a program with Triple H, and they dropped that cold, and it went nowhere.
Yeah, well, that was 3 years earlier. I'm saying that something must have happened.
Yeah, that was like 2009, right?
No, 2014.
Something must have happened because he was pushing for him. They were in good terms. They worked together, and then all of a sudden, like, something must have happened back in the stage, and he's like, Bryan's like, I just want to fucking work, and you're getting a little too crazy. And they probably looked at him and be like, yo, you're closer to him because he pushed for you. And
honestly, I don't think Punk has anything negative to say about Bryan personally, because he respects Bryan. Bryan respects Punk. If Bryan felt, hey, look, dude, this is not working, not because you're not capable of being here. It's just like, dude, there's just too much conflict. And again, Punk is right in a lot of ways, but again, in every relationship, you can either be right or you can be happy. And unfortunately, being happy isn't just enough for somebody who is old school. And that's the thing. Punk is an old school kind of wrestler. And I'm not just saying that in ring. I'm saying that outside of it.
He's like outside the ring. He keeps like the last of the fucking backstage guys that fucking wants to keep everything together. He's like the glue. And not
necessarily the glue. Not necessarily the glue. He's more or less just
that's what he would say, or he would say
he cares about business.
Locker room leader. Yeah. But I think that you calm down with the locker room leader. That's gonna rub a lot of people the wrong ways.
But the thing is, and remember, he said during the press conference, like, dude, I'm tired, I'm old, and I'm dealing with children, because he basically said that Hangman and other people like him wouldn't take advice because he's trying to help these young guys. And to say that they don't want advice, that's stupid.
Oh, I know, the empty-headed
locker room captain at all. But I'm just saying, like, when they get that ego shit, that's when it's a little bit.
Go ahead, Dork. I know you got something on your mind. Go ahead.
Go Dork.
No, it's just like between Hangman Adam Page, the Kokomunga clan, the Kenny Omega, like Jungle Boy Jack Perry, this like clique of new generation, flippy dippy doodog, ballerina choreographed dancing that's not good storytelling, bullshit fighting. They think they know better and they don't have to listen to anybody and take any advice from anybody. And it's fucking retarded. And that's why AEW is not going to succeed unless they.
I would say,
or go ahead, yeah.
I would just say real quick. Let me cut you off real quick, because there's two different styles of wrestling. There's more than two different styles. There's plenty of different styles of wrestling. So I think this indie stuff that you're seeing, these guys are telling them, hey, you don't need to do all that shit. But
they want to get noticed. Is basically what you're saying. They want to get noticed.
It's like skateboarding. Everything evolves. It's like guitar. Everything evolves. Like, you can't just go back to the fucking. You can do the jams and everything, and get the crowd pumping. But I feel like a lot of these guys, just because they can't do it, and they're gonna tell them, "Hey, you're wasting your body." Well, it's their body, not yours.
Well, Garguts, I will agree with you in the sense that there are people that want to get noticed, and they're people. Well, yeah, it evolved, but remember, just because you want to do all the flips and all that stuff doesn't replace
It's got to
psychology.
make sense, though. You're right. It's got to
Yeah,
make sense.
right.
in
You
the
got to
psychology
tell a
There's a few-
story. You got to
And
tell
remember,
like
not just how you win, but also how you lose. Bruce Prichard came up with a really great point, and this was years ago when they first started Something to Wrestle With. He said, if you're gonna send me a tape and you do a 4-minute match or a 5-minute match and you win,
You better
you
not
didn't
be
tell
all
me
fucking-
anything.
Yeah.
You didn't tell me anything that's worth it. Tell me how you can lose. Tell me how, in a story driven, that what you're able to do to win a match in 5 minutes, but yet you don't come out on top.
Put it this way: you can have somebody just fucking sell, and lose, and they would look at you and be like, "Bruh, you're good at fucking selling. You're not good at fucking flips. You're just good at fucking."
Well, no,
selling.
dude, it's
you got a
before
spot.
before the sell, there's shine, sell, comeback, finish.
look at
That has been
this
working for over 100 years.
True. Shine, comeback, finish.
okay,
but
I wanna-
you don't even have to
I
finish.
wanna-
You could fucking job to that and still look good. Why a lot of jobbers come out on top.
If you take a look at Bret Hart versus the British Bulldog at Wembley Stadium at SummerSlam, Bret Hart losing that match elevated him more than it elevated Davey Boy winning that match.
Okay.
Like because of the story they told, like 100%.
That's what I'm. That's a great. That's great. Right there too. With Stone Cold as well. With Bret Hart losing that match, he fucking sold that match to where he became.
The WrestleMania 13 match where they flipped. I'm telling you, and that's what I love. You know, obviously everybody knows I'm a Bret Hart guy. That's one of the reasons I love CM Punk, because he's a Bret Hart guy. You know what I mean? And I think he's going to do this. I think he's going to end his career right. I don't think he's going to fuck this up. I really don't. And maybe that's the biased CM Punk fan in me, because I'm everybody knows I'm.
And Dork, let's talk about this real quick, because you know how a lot of wrestlers or even a lot of fans say, oh, well, they always come back. Well, again, there were a lot of people that would not think that Bret Hart would have came back. Even though he got inducted in the Hall of Fame, and even though he got recognized, all that stuff.
Yeah.
No one thought that he would come back to do a storyline, right? Then you had people like Sable, out of all people, who wasn't a great worker, but she meant a lot as far as a character on TV that they pushed, despite all the litigation and all that stuff. Sable comes back. Ultimate Warrior comes back. Bruno Sammartino, the guy who sold out the Garden multiple times, over 100 times, I believe.
WWE and Vince McMahon to
Vince Senior. Well, Vince Senior and Bruno had a falling out with Vince Jr. because of the gift of wrestling, right? So all these people come back. Punk is still active. He's healthy. He's put in reps. He's made himself valuable to the point where even right now, his merchandise on Pro Wrestling Tees or even on AEW, because there's still some merch left, is still selling at a high rate. Okay, and for 10 years or about that much, people were still chanting his name at WWE events.
Yeah,
that is powerful.
They want, but the thing is that
Punk
they were chanting his name for WWE sucked. They wanted CM Punk, and CM Punk.
Well, there's two reasons why they did a
Stop
chant.
chanting his name. He's not coming back. He left you all.
There was two reasons why you chanted his name. One was because you missed him. The other was because you just did not care about what you were seeing on TV.
True.
Which is it's like the what chant.
And I would say that
it's like the what chant.
I've literally missed the entire Punk era. Didn't watch wrestling around that time. To see this guy.
I missed like
you know
the
what?
first
I did watch a few of the, like maybe the last half of 2013 and then 2014 Royal Rumble where he was in it. You know, that's where it was. And I was like, okay, maybe I can get into this again. No, couldn't get into it because he leaves, comes back to AEW, or he comes back to wrestling, or he goes to UFC, and I was rooting for the guy, but he lost. Then he goes to AEW, he fucking wins the world title, and then he misses TV the next day. Doesn't even come out for a promo with the belt, doesn't do anything. Not for another another week, but 2 weeks after, and I went to go see that live.
And that was because
So,
of the
to be-
elite. That was because of the elite, though. That was
And to be on, when you first won the belt.
Oh, when
Yeah,
he
because-
first won the title.
When he
When he first won the title, he didn't come out on Dynamite. He came out on Rampage, and that was because of the fucking elite.
I was
You know?
okay. So Rampage was filmed. Oh no, there was no. Oh, you might be right. Rampage was live, I think, at the time.
Yeah.
I didn't see Rampage. We saw Dark, and then after that, you know, I never see him as champion at all.
Well, remember,
He's
I was cheated. I was
all
cheated
that
out of
shit.
Punk.
And then
I was
now he's coming back, and I'm just like, okay, so how long until we don't see him? I mean,
Well, here's
Raw's
the thing.
coming
Here's the thing, Garguts. Here's the thing.
Like Raw is coming in like literally like in March. I think if he's not there in March, I'd be like,
He'll be there in March.
He'll be there in March. That's the road to WrestleMania. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Garguts. Let me explain something. I was cheated. I was cheated out of Punk being in the main event, dropping the title to MJF at Full Gear 2022. Okay, we all were. That was that was right after the press scrum. That's when the elite came back, and it's funny because people were booing Punk in Jersey hard, right? And then the moment they go to Chicago for the Dynamite, the next the following couple of days after the fact, they're in Chicago and they're booing the elite. So it was an interesting contrast. And we all said at that time, when Punk comes back, or if and when he comes back, the money that was going to be generated from that feud would have been huge. But again, everybody didn't want to grow up, besides Punk and potentially Tony at the time. And nobody gave it any thought by saying, okay, let's air this out.
Yeah.
Bury the hatchet, and let's at least dude, Matt Hardy and Edge had legit heat, and they were able to work it out. Kurt Angle and
Bret
Jeff
Hart
Jarrett,
and Shawn Michaels fucking hated each other, and they
yet
did
they were so
business together.
professional. Exactly.
Yeah.
So again, the fact that there were grown men who were EVPs or heads of the company, wherever you want to call them, and they couldn't even sit down with a professional like Punk and say, okay, look, we don't have to like each other, but let's at least do business and let's make as much money as possible to capitalize off this
Do
opportunity.
you know they would have had their biggest buy rate ever if they turned that backstage all-out brawl out, whatever people call it, into into a storyline, like a worked shoot, man. Like turn that into that would have been money. But the Cucamonga clan is stupid. And that's why, as long as they have a say in AEW will never be successful. While
And Tony Khan accepted it. That's the other problem that I don't get. Tony just accepted it.
Accepted what?
Accepted the fact that the Young Bucks and everybody didn't want to work with Punk, and they
Omega,
had a separate show.
They should have turned that. They should have turned that backstage brawl into an angle. The second everybody came back, and did business together. But
I
no,
think they were trying to. But hold on, why do you automatically think it was the Bucks' fault? What?
Because
if
it was.
CM Punk's fault? What if? No, I'm saying, what if CM Punk didn't?
The
want to
Bucks,
change
dude.
it to
There's
an
so
angle?
many stories out there. The
What?
Bucks.
Okay. What if the CM Punk didn't want it to change it to an angle? Seriously,
Punk would have absolutely would have done business. First of all,
No, I think you're giving him too much benefit of the doubt.
Not at all, dude.
Punk
Not at all.
said- he was legitimately pissed when he's like, I'm working with a bunch of children. They were
because he was.
Because they're petulant children that didn't want to do business. He was willing to do business.
And here's some proof right now. Here's some proof. They were fucking teasing Punk on TV. For what? Just to have a
Because
vendetta?
they're childish assholes.
No, these motherfuckers.
Yeah, Garguts. Punk put it out there. Garguts, Punk.
I know that you think that it can be childish assholes, but I don't. I think that it was.
Hey, you know what, brother? I think you need to slow down on the Steel Reserve, because anybody with half a brain cell knows what you're saying does make no goddamn sense.
Yo, Garguts, let me explain something.
I've actually.
Oh my gosh, Garguts, give me a second to
I know
rebut.
what you're saying. Yes.
No, Garguts, you don't know what I'm saying. I gotta explain it to you. First and foremost,
I'm talking about fucking.
I get you. Let him talk.
Garguts, Punk said in his press scrum interview, if you have a problem with me, come see me. What did
And
the
they
Bucks
did.
do? They did, and then what was the first sign of trepidation? The Bucks basically, allegedly, from what's been reported, the Bucks went up to Punk, was like, "What's your problem?" Blah blah blah, and proceeded to almost look like it was about to threaten Punk. So yeah, Punk did throw the first punch, which again I didn't agree with. But again, it's like you're going to storm in the
There you
homeboy's
go.
dressing room after a match where he literally had a legit match with I think it was Moxley that night or whoever he was
Moxley,
that night.
yeah.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, it was
with Moxley. And basically, he's already pissed because, like, dude, he's already full of adrenaline. He's trying to calm down. And he's
So you're
already
gonna
pissed off at the
ignore
fact
the
that this stuff
first
is not
punch?
taken care of.
You're gonna. I'm just
I'm
gonna
not
stop you. You're gonna
justifying
ignore
it. I am not justifying it at all.
Okay, you're
I
ignoring
just said
the
that.
first punch. We weren't
What is
there,
this
but
fucking
he
elementary
swung
school? I don't even
first.
care about this shit. I do want to say because I
But
love
justify-
I love bringing Bret Hart into
This is
this.
elementary
It's
school.
funny. It's funny how there are a lot of parallels that you can make between CM Punk and Bret Hart. There's a ton of, like, 'cause he's got that weird. Even if he's not, if he's booed everywhere else in the world, he's cheered in in Chicago, like Bret Hart was cheered in Canada. You know what I mean? Like, you've got people that are just diehard. CM Punk can do no wrong. Oh, Bret Hart was never in the wrong. You know, like, there's a lot of really kind of interesting comparisons. You know, Bret Hart comes back after, I don't know, 13, 14, 15 years, buries the hatchet.
Fucking Victor Man's face.
And then, you know, CM Punk comes back after 10 years, you know, buries the hatchet with Triple H. It's really fascinating to me, almost to the point of, like, I'm starting to wonder if it's intentional or if it's just, you know
right
you're
now
cut
I'm
from the
gonna-
same cloth, you know?
Right now, I never would agree right now with E-Man, but I am agreeing with E-Man. He said that he challenged them, said, if you got a problem with me, come find me. And then he took the first swing. And they were just like, yo.
Right, and I said I didn't agree with that. But again,
Well,
it
you're not
happened.
going to agree with that, but you're not going to say that it's not a problem. Everybody's going to say the Young Bucks came up to them and didn't. Like, you're basically saying,
Punk tried to say, Punk tried to say in the conference, I tried to get this fixed, but it wouldn't get fixed, and it didn't get fixed. And the fact that he had to literally come in front of a press conference and bring up baggage that was old news to him. and the fact
E-Man,
there was
are you
nobody-
out of your mind? He says Punk never drew any numbers in AEW. You're out of your
That is
fucking
BS. That is BS.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say that, yeah, he didn't. Apparently he didn't because he did like 1 million fucking views and whatever. But
oh, now Pico's trying to troll me. I like you, Pico. Don't go there.
It's kind of like the George Floyd thing. He stole cigarettes and it was on fentanyl. And they choked him out and they're like, oh, well, he's not a bad guy.
How the fuck? What? How does that even? What? How did that get?
The guy did some wrong in the fucking in backstage. He rubbed everybody the wrong way. Then they kick him out of the company just because.
What's that got to do with fucking the Floyd guy?
What does that have to do with George Floyd, dude?
Yeah. What the fuck?
That was weird. I'm saying that. Well, it is weird, right? Because you're saying.
I hope you're sober, sir.
He did something bad. He did something bad, and then now he's the good guy. Because he called out the.
Hey man,
Wait, hold on.
As your friend, I don't think you should defend this stance or ever bring this stance up again or this analogy. And I don't just never touch the George Floyd thing again.
Before you can't breathe, stop.
Dude, please don't do this right now, Greg.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, like, come on, man. That's not.
Please don't do this right now.
It's funny.
I'm trying to tell you that CM Punk fucking did call out people. Then when they approached him to say what's up, he fucking took the first swing. Now, don't you think that's fucking retarded? And everybody's gonna.
We just said we didn't agree with what Punk did. We're not in disagreement about that.
We also don't have all the information. But again, this isn't elementary school. Why are we arguing over this stupid?
The next part of what I'm going to say. Why are the Young Bucks in deep shit? Because they defended their company. That they put this guy in for 6 months.
That wasn't defending your company. That was basically guys being pissed off, trying to chase clout, and they realized they barked up the wrong tree from a physical standpoint and not from a professional standpoint.
So what started it before that?
Hey, what do you think of the rumor that the Young Bucks are bringing in Colt Cabana as a part of their new heel stable?
I think it's insane, but hey, maybe it might have legs. Who knows? You know.
Yeah.
So nobody knows what started.
I want the heroin that you take. Give me your heroin.
Nobody knows what started it before that. No, I'm being logical. What started the fucking feud? that he fucking got pissed
Okay.
off.
Oh my God, we got to rehash this. Gargants, did you not watch the lead in before even the press scrum even occurred with everybody that was involved? First of all, this even goes back. I mean, a separate issue, but with Hangman,
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
I can't even believe. I can't believe this either. But apparently, he needs, dude. It's all over YouTube as far as the beginnings of what led to the press scrum. If you want to find out that information, go find those videos. Because honestly, the fact that I have to explain this and
Did I
rehash
just see
this
Joe?
when you should
Is
already
Joe
know
back?
this.
I mean,
Yeah, I hope Joe is back. Please
I'm
take control of this
laughing
ship,
inside.
dude.
You've been explaining shit from like WrestleMania 3.
We need to send you home with some homework for a couple days.
Yeah, Gargats, come on, dude.
I love it. I love it. I was fascinated by it.
I'm like
I passed out in my chair. I literally fell asleep in my chair.
How was your nap, Joe?
That was good. I just realized that I thought it's weird. I had a dream that Dork Knight was on here and actually having sex in the background with his wife, and somebody was like, "You got to wake up. He's having sex with a
Was
woman."
it blurred content in the background? Like his,
but it's
like his screen over here?
like your channel's gonna be down.
Dude.
Like he's fucking a weird.
I tell you what, the only thing I've had sex with in the past 7 months is my right hand. So I
No.
wish your dream was true.
Put a black light on that. Put a black light on that hand, and then just, you know what I mean.
I'm
See
right-handed.
see where your favorite drizzle spot on your palm is.
I mean, if you really want to know, never mind. So
Just shoot it
it's
right
funny you
out.
mentioned that. It's like right there.
Anyway,
he has a
Ew,
cum corner.
ew. I don't know where that hand's been.
I know exactly where it's been, and you don't want to know.
in your ass.
Oh, I fucking saw it. One
No wonder you're smoking a cigarette right now. No wonder you're smoking a cigarette right now because you were pleasuring yourself earlier. So he's like, I need a reliever.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm always happy to be the butt of a joke.
Were you smoking a butt right now? Well, actually, no, you're technically smoking a cig.
Fucking fucked your butt with your hand. That's a joke.
Garguts, are you okay? Do you need therapy, sir? Do you need somebody to hug you?
I think he needs to get himself another of that Thunderbird to get back some of his.
Oh, that courage, that liquid courage.
Yeah, in his prime.
He had in his prime.
Yeah. Good reference. But yeah, Joe. So basically, going forward, do you think people are constantly making bets on Punk, saying, "Oh, he's only going to last 2 months, 3 months, 6 months"? Honestly, I feel like this is going to be different. What do you think, Joe?
No, I think he'll go. I think he'll be here for 2 years.
Fucking A. See?
Oh, 2 years. That's how long.
And I told you, King, in the chat, I'm not bullshitting. Take my bet.
Because he
Gentleman's bet.
because dude, listen, if he lasted just about that in AEW under full duress, he'll be able to last that long in WWE with an alpha in charge
Oh my
and a
God.
system.
Eddie Chaos in the chat's like, Garguts needs rehab. Oh, that's sad. That's sad.
Mexican rehab.
Well, I like we all need some form of rehab. You know, I need to quit these.
We
fucking
all do,
things.
actually. This country needs rehab.
Right?
Is that like some fucking
Big G says Gargy needs an intervention.
Garguts, we all want to say that we love you, but you're acting
hold
crazy
on,
right now.
I've been right. I've been right about a lot of things that you guys think I'm crazy on. So y'all can chill out with that shit. Like I said, CM Punk's gonna have the fucking strap in 6 months, and that's what I'm going with.
Okay, I think he's gonna last his full contract, and I wouldn't be surprised. They say multi-year deal. Technically, that could be 2, but to me, that screams 3.
It could be 4 or 5 years. I would say 4 or 5 year contract max.
Okay, so
They said
maybe
a multi-year with deal with AEW.
So I'll say 3 to 5. No, but this is gonna I tell you, at the end of this run, as long as and I don't think he will F up. I think he's gonna get inducted into the Hall of Fame. Also, I think at the end of his contract, that's where this leads to.
If he decides that he doesn't want to stop wrestling, or he wants to continue, and it's gonna be end up being I don't know.
What
maybe
is he, like 45?
He's 44. Yeah, he's got a few more years left in him. But if that's the case, and he wants to continue to wrestle or whatever, bro, he's most likely more often than that will be in the Hall of Fame. Because I thought when Punk had got fired or terminated from AEW, I was thinking, okay, maybe in a few years WWE will maybe induct him in the Hall of Fame. like by chance, right?
They
And-
inducted Randy Savage, Ultimate Warrior. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, come on,
No,
people.
but it took, but remember, it took a long time for
It
that
did.
to even occur. So with
Yeah.
Punk, it would have taken even longer because of the, again, the falling out, and for him to be in a good headspace where WWE and Punk could do business together. The fact that they're doing business right now is still baffling to me, but it's happening. So, and it's so far it's working. Over the past 3 days, it's been working.
And just
How
to
hard did
respond to
y'all
E-Man
guys-
84 in the chat, he's a sports entertainer, baby. Yeah. Like Daddy Magic.
Yeah, let me
how,
say
how long
baby.
did, how long did y'all how long did y'all laugh at fucking CM Punk going at the end of fucking the pay-per-view? No? Nobody? What? I was
You're
dying
on your
laughing
own,
at that.
Garguts. You're on your
Wait,
own.
so you don't remember CM Punk when the fucking pay-per-view ended? He's yelling, but he's like moaning at the same time. That shit was hilarious.
Joe, did you recall Punk
Y'all don't remember
moaning?
that?
What?
Y'all don't remember that?
You know, man,
Were you-
how many
recall when what
Steel
happened with
Reserves did you kick
Right
back,
before,
brother?
right before. Oh my god! Like, how many fucking weeds have you smoked? What the fuck, dude?
Actually, I haven't smoked any weed
So
today. I haven't smoked any weed
Laurel?
today.
So CM Punk like moans and fucking yells at the end when they cut it off.
What are you watching, Garguts?
Yeah, no.
What? It's even on the fucking YouTube
watching
fucking
porn.
thing. You could see this.
I'll look it up right now. Oh, my cat.
Look it up right now. You guys missed this? Are you
Oh,
guys
the puss is
marking out
back.
too much? I was dying laughing at it. He was like, oh. And he's
Hey, wait a
He's
minute,
a
Dark Knight.
king-
Does Bruce have boots?
No, but he's an attention whore. Every time I'm on a stream.
Go
he's
inside
Nobody
it.
fucking saw this in the chat. Seriously, nobody saw this
No,
even here. on the
because
fucking
it didn't
Discord. What the
happen, bro. You had your beer
Oh my
goggles
god,
on.
go back and look at it. You fucking. I bet you.
I'm looking it up right now. I'm literally
I bet you
looking the clip up right
$100.
now.
I bet you
Punk
$100.
moaning.
It's
Punk
him
moaning.
yelling, and it sounds like he's moaning.
Because I've watched this clip. I'm not even exaggerating. Probably 50
Yeah,
times.
well, you gotta fucking wipe the tears from your fucking cunt ass eyes.
Oh my
fucking,
god. Love you too, brother.
God damn, you fucking Mark.
Even the cat is offended. It's like, what?
The cat's
He's
like,
like, what'd she say about my master?
Nobody heard
What'd
this.
she
At
say
the
about my
end-
master?
fuck me, I'm a
It ends
cat.
with him going, oh. Damn
Oh, he
it.
sounded
It
like
was the
Ryback?
It sounded. I thought
Alright.
you guys would be making fun of it. I missed the fucking podcast.
I'm watching it. I'm watching the clip right now.
You're waiting for
literally-
him to moan, Dork
I'm
Knight.
skipping.
That's your...
Well, no, he says it's at the end. I'm skipping to the end. Okay, I'm looking. And no, he's just. I'll share my damn screen. Now it fades out with him doing this.
What? They cut it?
That's how I
They
know.
cut it? They cut it?
Oh my god.
Dude, they
Garguts.
cut- No.
I was
no,
watching
swear.
it live, and I did not even see him in the
Okay,
slightest
go
of what
watch
you're
it. Go
describing.
watch it. Go watch it back on those fucking streams. And he goes, "Oh, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, as they're saying in the chat, Garguts, get scared.
I'm
Get
gonna find it
scared.
right now.
Get scared, faggot.
Yeah, please. No, do find it. Do find it. Because
Yeah.
I can't wait till you like have
Why
to eat
don't
some
you-
crow. Oh shit, man! It's a Mandela effect. Oh
I'm
shit!
not
I was too
retarded.
I'm
drunk.
already eating
Oh,
crow
shit.
right now, Dork Knight, because I didn't think he was
rape
actually
you.
going to show up.
How about I rape
You know,
you? I'll rape Garguts.
bend
You
over.
want that to happen, Garguts? How about this? How about if I put my tongue on your ass and I go, oh my god, gurgle.
You know what?
I'm
Yeah.
so
I
glad
thought-
I missed.
I didn't know the side of you.
Somebody,
You missed retard
Somebody-
back.
I'm so glad
fucking-
I missed all
somebody
of
send me a
Ryback's
clip.
run.
Shell shock.
And it's somebody sent me a clip of Ryback saying my name.
Finish it.
Garguts,
Garguts.
finish it.
Gay guts.
E-Man says you need to go to sleep, brother.
I call him
Okay,
gay
look,
guts.
I'm finding it right now.
I'm gonna
Look, I
call
found it
you
right now.
gay guts. How about that, huh? You like that?
I'm going to name my son.
Fuckhead.
Oh, ga.
I'm gonna
Oh,
name
ga.
I pay for a
He's
whore
gonna
to
be
be
a
on
Asian
camera
boy.
with me.
Chicago.
Did you know that I pay for a whore to be on camera with me? Yeah. What's
It's
wrong with that?
documented.
Fuck
I
her.
saw that picture. I think you posted it, right?
I'm gonna post
Ryback
up on
was
your
in the
ass.
Let's see.
The
It's
car.
gonna be lagging.
Uh-oh. Hold up. Watch. You sharing it. All right. Let's
He's
see.
sharing the live
There it
feed.
is.
Oh my
There
god,
it is.
yeah.
He goes,
Oh my
That
God,
wasn't the
yeah.
end.
What do you mean that wasn't the end? He
Feed you
goes,
no more.
Suck. Always put a spoon of sugar before leaving the house. Here's why.
Jay
Give
is
it to me.
savage. My cat's name is Goku.
Gook. Is that what
Goku. He's got bright blonde hair,
The
and if you
gabagook.
can see,
cat's
and
name
bright
is
blue
Gooker.
eyes. I don't know if you can see him right there.
Gook.
Bright blue eyes.
Gobbly
He's a
gook.
sexy
So he's like
gook.
Super Saiyan. He's like Super Saiyan.
Super
That's why I
homo.
named. That's why I named him Goku. Yeah. Okay, gay guts.
Gay guts.
All up in the
I
gut.
can say every slur in the book because I'm bald.
I'm literally gonna just.
Do you like cats, Ryback?
Fuck them.
You don't like cats?
Fuck
Ryback?
cats. Fuck them.
Are
They're
you a
pussies.
cat?
You know why I like dogs? Because dogs will drink my cup of Fat Body Burner Extreme. But if I put it down for a
I don't know
cat,
if y'all can hear
it won't
this.
drink it because it's a pussy. That's why.
So no, this motherfucker.
I don't want you to get a hit.
If I,
but I'm trying
when
to
I
share
have
the audio.
if I drink,
He yells,
all right.
Dork, speak.
It'll happen the next like.
I'm gonna
20
treat you like a dog, Jordan Ike. Speak.
No, if I leave like if back when I would just drink straight bourbon, if the cup was sitting on the table, this
Yesterday.
motherfucker would actually drink it. He would he'd start lapping it up, and I'm like,
Your
what the
cup runneth over. Do you hear me? Your cuppeth runneth overth.
Here it is. I found it right here. He yelled.
He's found the pot of gold. He's found it. He's gonna share it. No, he won't share it. Finish him.
You know,
Finish
Garguts,
him.
I love you, man, but I think I need to be stoned to put up with this conversation right now. So
Finishing him.
I'm so tired. I don't even know what to say. I'm just saying things.
I'm just pissed off.
We're
that
going
you
to
guys
bed.
didn't see this.
We're going to bed.
No, don't take me. Don't take me to bed. Don't take me to bed.
We're taking
Mustafa
me to
just
bed.
put on his camera. No.
I gotta play a song. By the way, actually, this is one of my favorite guitars that I have right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm out.
nice.
Garguts, are you staying up to party?
Yes, I am, sir.
Oh. Garguts will continue being an idiot live on Garguts' YouTube channel.
Yes, I
It'll be
will.
amazing.
Well, as always, thank you
Controversial
for.
as usual.
Yes. Well, thank you for allowing me to be on your show, Mr.
Hey, you
Cronin.
guys held it down while I fell asleep in a chair, apparently. So, hey, it's good to be.
So in
I
other
wish I
words,
was
we were
here more when you were
boring to
here,
you,
but
sir.
it
Yeah,
doesn't
that's what
end.
it sounds like.
In fact, it continues.
Live.
Live right now. Fuck it. We'll do it live.
Oh, we got a donation. I'm sorry.
Now we'll do it live.
Who lasts longer, Punk in WWE or Bret Hart in WCW?
I think how long did Brett last in WCW? About 2 years, not even.
Yeah, before he got concussed.
2000, he got not even not less than 2 years. Definitely
Yeah,
less
so
than 2 years.
I think Punk lasts longer than Because
Yeah,
what are the odds
agreed.
that Punk gets kicked in the head by Goldberg and then has a fucking? You know
We
what I
don't
mean?
want
Come on.
that. We don't want that.
Jesus, don't put that in the ether. My God, there's already too many
Imagine
comparisons
that
between the
Punk,
two.
Brock Lesnar kicks Punk in the head, and he. Oh my God.
Brock's a safe worker.
Sure.
I don't ever want to. No Punk and Goldberg ever.
He'll be all right. He'll be all right. Hey man, thanks guys. I'll see you in a bit. Shout out to D Welsh who dropped $150. We would have ended the show 3 hours ago if it wasn't for D Welsh. So we got to give D Welsh a big shout out, man, because this show would have been 2 hours and over. D Welsh really stuck it out though, and shout out to him and everybody in the chat. Hit the like button on the way out, I guess. And if you really want more, please become a patron on patreon.com/Joe Cronin Show. You get a ton of stuff on Patreon, and you'll get the podcast that's going up tomorrow. So don't miss that. And catch you guys later.